Hello, everyone. Is this thing working? Hello, hello. Good morning. Hello, hello. Potato. Hello, everybody. Good morning. How's it going? Happy Sunday. Welcome to the Back to Warcraft monthly finals, everybody. How is it going? How is it going? I am broken. I am destroyed. We just had 2 headline gigs back to back this weekend. I've been sick for 9 days, as you might be able to tell. So pardon the constant muting my mic to cough and constant clearing my throat. I hope that doesn't bother you. If it doesn't, we got a good day today. We got a lot of nice games. We got our 5 finalists from the month. We have Starbuck. We got, who else do we got? We got Death Note, we got Sonic, we got Soyma, we got HawK, and we got DiSe as well. So some good matchups today. But oh yeah, man, my hands hurt so much. I've barely slept for 3 days. I've barely ate for 3 days. I feel great. I feel great. It's an incredible shows or headline shows really take it out of you, man. I gotta tell you. It's a lot of it's very long days. But I'm very, very happy to be back to streaming. I hope to stream a whole bunch this week on my slow path to recovery over here. It's all gonna start with today, baby. A cup of coffee and HawK vs Death Note to start things out. Assuming that Death Note is actually here. Oh yeah, he is here. Very good, very good. But yeah, I'm just praying that I don't lose my voice today. So pardon me for maybe speaking softly at times. I hope that's okay with you guys, okay? There will be not a lot of yelling this stream. And not a lot of yelling. There's going to be lots of sips of water and coffee. And we're going to chill. We're going to chill. Yeah, I don't know what I got, but I've been sick for a long, long time. Literally since my last stream on Friday. I got sick afterwards, and I have been the whole time since. So that is rough. Hey, Carson just got back from a fishing trip. Very nice. Oh, also thank you to Doppelstrix for the 10 months during the timer. Appreciate that. How you doing, my dude? Bagged some Murloc and Naga. Very good. Hope it ain't COVID. Yeah, I don't know. It's been long enough to feel like it is, but everyone's sick around me. Our manager has been sick for a month. Literally a month. One of my singers started getting sick last night, too. That was fun. Everybody's sick, dude. Everybody. But that's okay. Because we got some video games. We're going to sit on our computer for a few hours. We're going to hang out with you guys. It's all going to be okay, baby. Hello, Duoned. How you doing? So both players are in the game. We're getting vetoes done. The map pool, which we voted on, is... Where is it? I'll show you guys the bracket as well, I suppose. What is the map pool? Where is it? Let me open Discord. Autumn Leaves, Concealed Hill, Scrimmage, the new map, Shallow Grave, and Tidehunters. Here is what our bracket looks like for the day. 5 matches, as mentioned. Will be this. Oh. Will be this. HawK, Death Note, Sonic, Soyma, a couple of mirrors, and then we go up to the winner versus Starbuck and the winner versus DiSe here. But screw that bracket. We got our first match on Concealed Hill. HawK vs Death Note. Just setting up our overlay here. All right, and here we go. Our first game on Concealed Hill. Game number 1 of a best of 3. We do have HawK in the upper right in the red, and then in the blue in the bottom left is Mr. Death Note. Human Mirror. The perfect time to rest my voice, right? You guys know what's going to happen. They're going to be creeping level 3. They're going to be summoning some water elementals in each other's bases. They're going to be getting some breakers, some priests. We'll see if they decide to switch anything up. But shouldn't be anything too crazy to start us off today. All right, footmen going across. Should be going towards the lab to pull those. We're seeing an Archmage for both players. No big surprises there. Tower coming up early for Death Note, but for HawK, a little more greedy than Death Note on the other side. But yeah, lab being pulled for both. We'll see what the consumable is. Definitely can make or break your early game depending on what you're going to get here. Maybe I'll even turn my mic up a little bit just to really be able to speak softly here. I'm like Bob Ross for Warcraft 3 today. Gonna have level 2 and potential greater mana, maybe a scroll to beast as well. And what do you know? We get both those items. 2 happy little items. Just declared a meditation mindfulness stream. No commentary would be fine too. We'll see if it gets to that point. We'll make it as far as we can today. And then towards the orange, and then of course the turtles will be level 3. That's going to be the play for both players. Claws of attack as well so far for HawK, and for Death Note he's going to get... We have no idea. Creeps the item last, actually. Will be Ring. Not too bad for the Mountain King later on. Here's the Militia for the Turtles, and the Tech starting for both players. No big surprises just yet. But the surprises generally can come at tier 2. Made of Wood in the chat says he likes turtles. Don't we all? Made of Wood, don't we all? Slippers, and then I don't actually know what was left here. But Death Note the first to arrive at his opponent's base. A tower is being upgraded, but 40 more seconds on that. Very defensive play by HawK. The Archmage with Boots of Speed now as well to help in the defense. Maybe Death Note should go to the shop as well.
Player's forces are under attack.
Boots and Circlet. And a 5th farm. For now, no damage taken by either player, and there's a fountain, so any health damage taken can always recover, but peasants cannot be rebuilt at this time. Footman damaged by both players. First kill is going to go to HawK there, so 1 for 1 in terms of peasants for footmen. We're going to make that 2 peasants going down. Arcane Tower now finishes. HawK be lagging. More footmen microed back to the fountain for both players. So only 1 actual footman was lost, but now with triple water elemental, it's going to be hard to keep them alive. HawK healing up 3 footmen. Death Note going to have to heal up more than that. Second footman going down in total. I believe that was 2 peasants for HawK, 1 footman. And then for Death Note, it's going to be his second footman there dying. Arguably even. Now HawK going to look towards the fountain for maybe some extra kills. But Death Note moves them away in time. Well done to him. Both players doing the same. A 3rd footman might go down for HawK here in a second. It will be killed by the creeps. Nicely done. Mount King on the way. Lumber Mill. I guess just because of the lost peasants. But it could be a tier 3 tech from HawK. No, double sanctum. There it is. Mount King will be out in a second. That's going to be some footmen potentially going down if he's able to catch up over here. But HawK seems to have more footmen. What is it? 6 to 4 currently. So HawK does have 2 more. Mount King out. Going to be scouted by the elemental. One of those 6 footmen go down. Bolt will mean another one's going to fall. Mountain King is now out for HawK as well. Was that 5 footmen dead in the early game for HawK, I think? HawK was checking for item because Death Note always forgets to pick it up. Yeah, this item, you mean? Yeah, he eventually did, but good idea from HawK. Instant creeping from Death Note, Militia called. For both players, we're going to see Tier 2 expansions. Very standard stuff, right? We've seen this before. 2 players of this caliber, you really kind of know what to expect in Human Mirror. It's one of the more figured out matchups, so to speak. But still, lots of micro to be had, lots of plays to be made. But expansions will be the play for now. Ring of Regen, by the way, for the Mountain King. We like to see that. A little bit of solo creeping will mean the aura is a little bit further away for Death Note. We notice HawK is actually creeping with his Mountain King to get level 4 Archmage quicker, but he's going to have level 3 Mountain King later. Much later, in fact. These are the sacrifices that we make, though, so I'll leave it up to you guys to decide who's making the better call. What do you guys prefer, level 4 Archmage quick or level 3 MK quick? I think I'm an MK guy. I'm a Costco guy. $3-3 versus 4-2 now. $1.50 foot-long hot dog. Yeah, triple chocolate chunk cookies. I've never actually been to Costco. I just know the Costco guys. What can I say? I'm a Rizzler fan. Red camp for both players, but different red camps. But Death Note failing a little bit, instead chasing down the footman. Hello, Saul. How are you doing? HawK seems like he will successfully get this red camp.
A player's forces are under attack.
Nearly identical gold on those expansions right now. And Death Note will now get this camp. Legion Doomhorn is a fantastic item. On the other side, Belt of Giant Strength. It's not really that fantastic, but it's okay. Well, isn't it called Back 3 Warcraft? I don't know. You'd have to go back. You'd have to actually go back in time to change the name.
A player's forces are under attack.
Still no level 4 Archmage on the side of Death Note. But he's very, very close. Crazy to think the map's almost crept out. And we're only at the 10-minute mark right now. There's, what, 3 camps left, if you don't count this anymore. But next fountain is the big one that's up for grab for both players.
Player's forces are under attack.
As we do have breakers coming out for both now. Decent sized armies, 58 versus 52, favoring HawK. Actually, a surround there immediately, but push invulnerability is available. Oh, Stormbolt on the Archmage of HawK. Can HawK get out? Does manage to TP. No bash there, luckily for him. But very, very close. Very quick fight compared to what we're normally used to seeing in Breaker Mirror there, aren't we? A little bit of hero focus on both sides, and that shows the power of the level 3 Mountain King. The first trapped heroes of the game. It wouldn't be a Human Mirror without this, would it? Maybe a Zeppelin. For HawK. Not just one tree. It'll be okay. But the fountain will be the prize for Death Note. Still yet to find that item. Actually, Creep Jack coming in. Might need a Bolt the Dragon. It does. And he finds Sobi Mask. Ring on the ground for now. With your back at the fountain, might be hard for HawK to find a fight. Ring for free. Neither player wants it, apparently. Okay, there we go. HawK actually steals the item. Priest quite a bit exposed here. One's going to go down to the breaker feedback. Two are going down to the breaker feedback. Good fight for HawK right now. It looks like the positioning on the breakers is much better. Bolt going to find another kill for Death Note, though. Bash going to find one for HawK. This Priest nicely microed away. And HawK has to reconsolidate here. And note, both players with an expansion, he's TPing to Footman over here. Nice little play there from HawK. Sometimes you'll see people rebuild Footman at this stage in the game just to do plays like this. But that forced a TP, killed 2 mining peasants. Definitely worth 2 Footmen. So yeah, keep an eye open for that. Because your barracks is just sitting idly, right? So if you have the extra gold, you can pump out a couple Footmen, park them here, and then once you get in a fight, just send them over here. Not a bad call to make that play. Especially if you end up with Defend in the early game. Say you're on something like a Last Refuge. If you have Defend already, park him here. Defend with the Arcane Tower. It's a nice little play. Not common, but something to think about. Already we're at 73 versus 66 at the 13-minute mark. This is a very interesting game because most times recently I feel like we've only seen one player expand. But now both players expand, and neither player really stops it or slows it down. So they've both just been kind of mining and macroing to the point of 80 supply. They both mined 3,000 gold now on that second base. Upgrade 0-0 versus 1-1 actually gets a big advantage for HawK. But Death Note just finished his 1-0. Blizzard retrain. Interesting. Death Note TPing out now. But some good damage there for the time being. Still quite even gold in the main, though. That was 200 gold lost. What's up, Shaker? Good to see you, dude. $74 now versus 64, surprisingly. Breaker count is what you really have to keep an eye on, though. 10 versus 8. Blizzard. Might force some bolts on the Archmage where they would prefer to be used on the Mountain King or the Priests, but for now, goes on the Mountain King. Maybe another bolt? No, that's this time on a Priest. Death Note getting the upper hand of this exchange. Oh, Breaker out of position as well. That one will fall. HawK fumbling a little bit here. I'm surprised we don't see a Zeppelin for either player, I'll be honest with you. Is there really any reason to not have a Zeppelin in these fights? Only anti-air is Priests and an Archmage. Grubby would be very disappointed, but for now, Death Note just the only one getting kills. There's level 5. 61 versus 76. Another Breaker could be focused down, but it seems like Priests are the matter of attention right now. Note that Breaker does fall. Back to the Fountain. Another Priest gonna go down. It's all Death Note so far, but Mountain King gotta be careful. We're out of mana on both secondary heroes for now. This Water Elemental's been alive for way too long. HawK's kind of losing everything. 77 versus 59. I think HawK is getting the 1-0. Or HawK is about to lose this, rather, not get the 1-0. Pushing vulnerability, trying to force the TP on the other side. Stormbolt, looks like they're both going to have to TP in a second. Maybe HawK can get out of here alive. Dodges the bolt, nicely done. But yeah, Death Note with a big advantage after that fight. But HawK's still with a second base. Nice TP this time. Outside of his base. Death Note actually TPs to his expansion to have shop access. Do we have 2-2 yet? We actually don't have a second armor upgrade yet. But both players are even. I really like these sort of human mirrors. Because it just almost always goes to late game. I bet they're going to mine out both bases this game. As I say that, there might be one more fight. Last camp, or second to last rather, taken. This green's still available. Almost 5-5 for Death Note. Blizzard really not having that much of an impact, but I suppose it's better than nothing. Both players with Blizzard. A little bit silly. We'll see, water elementals at least can be used to kill peasants and something like that. Mountain King, low, but that's what the priests are for. 72, make that 69 versus 80. Nice. I'm surprised he's not blizzarding here. That'd be actually more impactful than... Well, not more impactful than that. That was really nice on the priest there. Scroll regen purchase, trying to heal up the breakers. Now he's starting to blizzard the peasants, I think. Oh, Stormbolt, potion, gonna be needed. Buys a mana pot for some reason. Oh, to bolt the other Mountain King, that's dodge. Militia come in finally. I feel like this is way late. He's gonna need to buy a TP, I think, on this MK. Does he have the gold? He buys a potion, uses it. Breakers could have locked in this round, but don't. HawK about to lose his MK. Perhaps both players might, though. Blizzard on the Militia now. And yeah, that's 1-0 for Death Note. Well played. Classic Breaker Mirror there. Blizzard makes pretty stupid and heal themselves inside Breakers. Yeah, I suppose the same idea as a Panda. Right? I don't mind it. Again, it's better than the Water Elementals, so can't blame these guys. Being on 2 base. One sec, guys. Sorry, my Warcraft III Champions is bugged. I just got to restart it really quick. And then I'll update the score. Okay, we go on to Autumn Leaves. Death Note with a nice 1-0. This human mirror looking pretty solid. If you want to force priest heal for a hero, isn't it better to turn off auto heal? I'm not sure. As a non-human player, normally I'll just use the heal hotkey, set it on what I want it to heal, and I feel like most of the time it will stay healing on that thing until it's full HP. But I might misunderstand, because I am not a human player. What counters the breakers? Other breakers. But knights with Sundering Blades, in theory. Mortar teams with fragmentation shards as well. And technically Footman. But Footman died everything else. Carson's an undead player, truly. And knights are counted by Sorks, tier 2 units. Yeah, I didn't even think of that Get Rich Brothers. Ring of Regen plus Legion Doomhorn on the MK. I didn't even check out the regeneration. What a stupid idiot I am. Sorry, I'll give myself a pass on being a stupid idiot today, okay? Today I get an idiot pass. Don't expect any good analysis today, okay? Just very soft speaking and lots of coffee. But yeah, no, it's a good point. Really good items in Breaker Mirror especially. Give you a pass on the first game of the day, but don't let it happen again. Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Yeah, we're just trying to find an acceptable host for these guys. Sorry, we're just discussing servers. Apparently, for people Eastern Europe, like Russians, War 3 Champions has been pretty laggy last month. Because DiSe messaged me before and said he might not be able to play on War 3 Champions. He might need to go BNet, and now both HawK and Death Note are saying that last month War 3 Champions has been very difficult for them to play on. So, which is almost all of our players today, because we have Sonic, we have Soyma, Ukrainians, and then we have HawK, Death Note. Russians, right? DiSe, Russian as well, right? So a lot of people from the same sort of region. And if War 3 Champions isn't working for them, we might have a whole tournament on BNet today. Okay, we're loading in here, trying to get it to work. And we are loading in successfully. Very good. So game number 2 is going to be on Autumn Leaves, everybody. Those autumn leaves. Oh, never mind. We disconnected. Damn, dude. I didn't realize War 3 Champions was all messed up. Okay, we're going to try again. How were the tournaments this week? I didn't see many games because I haven't. I've been pretty busy. There's been M Cup going on right now, right? What else has been going on for Warcraft? Grubby's been playing Night Elf. I noticed. That's very fun. So I just messaging the players really quick. Okay, we'll start playing this music again. Just trying to... We might have a lot of trying to get servers to work today, apparently. That's alright, we're chilling, right? We're hanging out. Down the street, same old thing we did last week, and that's actually true. Except last week it was on Friday. Okay, game number 2 is going. We're about to jump in. Here we go, everybody. Autumn Leaves is mentioned. I don't need to sing the song again, right? You guys get the idea. Alright, everything's working. Good to see that we can manage to get some games going today. And here's our second game of the day. Death Note in the bottom left. HawK in the upper right. Autumn Leaves is our map, which has quite a few different creep routes on it. We'll see what they decide to go with. It's also an okay fast expansion map, I feel like, in this matchup. But as I said, I'm not going to make any bold predictions today. Let's let the players do the talking here, eh? They'll do the talking, and I'll just put the games in the bag. You know what I'm saying? I have been playing It Takes Two recently. Have you guys played that? What a fantastic game! Howdy, Carson. How you doing? Vianti? Has anyone played It Takes Two? Now that game is good. We just got past the ant part of the game, where you have to fight like the ant queen. God, it's such a good game. Now we're in like the space part where like one person gets to like go upside down and the other person gets to be like big or small. It's very fun though. There's like a new mechanic every chapter sort of thing. And they're always really fun mechanics. Yeah, definitely recommend that if you have somebody to play a game with. You just need one other person to play a game with, and you can play it, and it's very good. But anyway, that's what I've been doing. The cool thing about it is only one person actually has to buy the game. And then you can give the other person a code, and they're able to play it. Which is pretty based. Or in my case, I just have a Switch. I just play it on the Switch. Either way, creeping starts, differing for both players. Shop for HawK. Standard green camp for Death Note, who gets gloves and goes straight across because of his scout. Circlet purchase. I do prefer HawK's creep route, personally, because you get 2 items instead of 1. But either way, Death Note going to be aggro. Actually, you're able to disrupt this so much. One footman denied. Surprised that HawK wasn't able to finish that. I feel like it's quite quick to do it, actually, but the chess speaks for itself, as you might say. That's the second footman, 1 for each, potentially going to go down. Death Note going to, like, he could lose both these footmen here. All HawK needs to do is blockade. He just needs to block 3 positions and he would have killed both those. Undead players would have got those footman kills. Human players have no idea. You're trying to cancel my gold mine? I'm surrounding 6 footmen against the gold mine. Human players just need to put 3 units here. They don't even need a surround for 2 footman kills. Don't even bother. Don't even care. God. Must be nice, human players. Anyway, these guys are both excellent. I like these guys both a lot. Human is imba though. Okay, let's be real. Either way, level 1 apiece. Much different game from the first. First time it was quick power creep to level 3. Now it's all aggression from Death Note. He chose this sort of a game. So if it goes poorly for Death Note, it's only due to his poor choices. For HawK, he really had no options. He wanted to just creep. He wanted to chill. Death Note said, no, no, no. This is the game we're playing. And so far, it's going pretty good for him. But Boots' speed is going to turn the tides. Look at the tech difference. Was that 50 seconds? Yeah, literally 50 seconds. So, quite nice. Human needs buff. I respect it. I respect your opinion, Ben.
A player's forces are under attack.
Another item now for HawK, who seems to be stabilizing quite nicely into this late early game. How do you guys like to break up the games? Because obviously people say like early, mid, and late game. But I always say like late early game, early mid game, late mid game, early late game, late game. I don't know if I've said late. No, I have said late game. You guys like breaking it up into like 6 parts, like, or I guess it would be, wait, how many, is that 9 parts? Or should I further divide it into 12 parts? The super early game. The early game. I don't know. Anyway. The super early game, late early game, super late early game. Super early mid game, late mid game, super late mid game, super early late game, super late game, super duper late game. You only get super duper late game when you get past like the 45-minute mark, alright? Games are 12 to 20 minutes, might as well just go by minutes. I mean, come on, man. Where's the fun in that, Lacho? 3 parts plus endgame from the map is correct. Endgame, I like the term endgame. I like using that term. And when the map is crept out, I think is a good definition of what the endgame is. Sorry for that timeout. English in chat, if you could. The bot automatically times out different languages because we can't moderate it. That 2-hour game with the invis water elementals, exactly what I'm talking about, man. Anyway, we do have Tier 2 expansion being attempted for Death Note, just like on game number 1. And if HawK decides to go for an early blacksmith, that would indicate that he does not want to expand, instead wants to break his opponent's expansion. But that would be a risk, remember, he's down 1-0 already, and this is a single elimination tournament. So it doesn't come without risk. Bolt apiece. Every bolt should be a kill in a just world, but the world isn't a just place, is it? There's pain and suffering every day, okay? People are hurting on the streets. People don't got enough food to eat. You know? It's not easy out here, okay? It's not easy out here. So every time you throw a bolt, don't think it's gonna land just because it's supposed to, okay? Don't get that in your head. You have to question these things. You have to put some effort in. Alright? You have to question everything. Why am I throwing this bolt? What is this bolt actually meant for? Okay? You have to think about these things. But in the case of this game, on Autumn Leaves here today, every bolt has been a kill. Hello, Tony Brothers. How you doing? Hello, Dondo as well. Sometimes you just gotta feel like a bolt flying through the air, you know? Not sure where you're gonna land. Maybe you're gonna be dodged by a potion of invulnerability. Where do the hammers go when dodged by potions of invulnerability, guys? Where are they? Where are all those hammers? Millions upon millions of hammers thrown into invol pots over the last 20 years of Warcraft 3. Where'd they all end up? Do all dogs go to heaven? Okay, these are the things we think about when casting Human Mirror. That's for you to decide, Rebound, and for me to know. Should we question how many humps a camel has? We should really question what Fergie was talking about when she said, my humps. My humps, my humps, my humps. Death Note. Is he looking like a 2-0 here? Well, HawK managed to get a counter expansion up in the meantime of my rambling, so maybe he's going to be able to survive the game, but always a good way of indicating what a Human Mirror is looking like. Look at the unit counts. 4 priests apiece. 1 breaker out, but 3 soon to be out on the side of Death Note. But overall, pretty even. Blacksmith coming up for both players. Very playable game on both sides. Bolt landing on a priest over there. And a priest over here. Was that a heal scroll I just saw? Don't believe so. I think I was losing my mind. Militia called. One thing left to be desired on Concealed Hill was a very late militia call from HawK. So good to see that he's more active this time around. But he doesn't have a ton of extra peasants. Only 5 on lumber. That bolt was a... It was an attempt. Let's just say that. It was an attempt. Death Note. I would love to see a Zeppelin in this series from these guys. Both had labs cleared on the last game. Both had expansions, and neither decided to get a Zeppelin, which could have made a huge difference. But did not. TP out, Onk found. Is that item and that little bit of experience really worth a town portal? And all the map control given up, I really wonder. HawK's now gonna get the lab, and he should get a Zeppelin. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ring of the Archmagi. Fantastic find for that Mountain King. Look at his MK, actually. It's pretty juicy right now. Gloves of Haste just rounded out with those extra bash proc attempts. Love to see that 1 priest to 1 bolt. Level 4 Archmage on the side of HawK, not Death Note. So HawK actually pulling ahead now, as it seems. Supply, though, dead even. But again, keep an eye on the actual count of units, not just the supply. 8 breakers make that 9 against 7. Archmage taking a lot of damage. Feedback will kill, but on both sides, TP forced, and now expansion safe.
The town is under siege.
And look at the priest count for Death Note compared to HawK. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. I'll let human players tell me. And Footman needs to be dealt with, which it will be. These priests need to get to healing. Doesn't take long. Your Archmage can be 1 HP 1 second, and then, well, we're seeing it right here. You need at least 6-7 to be able to continually dispel elementals. So 7 seems to be correct for HawK. We do have a tier 3 tech for Death Note. Which I like that in sort of a stalemate-y game. Both got forced to TP. Both are going to do a little bit more creeping. Tier 3 for Death Note might pay off, but HawK going to see it, and then HawK can be very, very aggressive. Or he alternatively can go for tier 3 himself, and he won't be too late on that, but I think the aggression might do a lot here. 78 versus 69. Nice. Death Note, how far away from getting the red camp is he? Pretty quick. And then he'll be able to town portal again. Red camp, Hood of Cunning, not going to win you the game. But a good chunk of experience. TP, Aggression, Stormbolt. Only on one side here. Archmage is just dead. Okay, Potion Pass, that was very last second. Bolt now on the Mountain King. This is all because of Death Note's Town Portal choice. Had he TP'd like here, none of this would have happened. Okay, Mountain King has an Ankh. So Archmage gonna die. This Mountain King is actually gonna live. And I'm not just talking about the Ankh. It's literally gonna live. So we're gonna find out what's better, Archmage or Mountain King. A tale as old as time. And Death Note, if he holds on, he's going to be tier 3 against tier 2. HawK is more or less, I don't want to say he's all-inning right now. But he's giving up his tier 3 potential to try to do damage on tier 2 timing, more or less. And it seems like Death Note's holding. It wasn't the cleanest hold, but it seems like he is. Level 5 Archmage, there's not a lot of priests. And the Mountain King's back from the tavern. We need some knights to come out, but tier 3 is now done. How much longer can Death Note hold on for? He needs, let's say, 60 seconds? About that. Can he call any militia? He should call all the militia. That would be... that's 9 militia, potentially. If he calls the gold as well. Which he should. He definitely should. No aura means this MK's out of mana big time. First Knight's gonna help. Oh, what's going on over here as well? Footman. Just one of them. Oh, and we missed a surround as soon as we looked away. Lovely. Welcome back to Warcraft, everybody. Mountain Kings both getting low. Both microed away. Archmage, though, isn't making its way out. He's got so much gold. Can he Taverner by the Archmage? He needs to build Knights at least. Death Note, you need to macro. He should have 3 Knights by now, not 1. And when you get 3 out, they really start to cook the breakers. But he's just not macroing, man. Death Note, build some units, dog. It's not over. You could be winning, you just gotta build stuff. Now can take some damage. Invis pot, he's got a bolt. MK has the TP, bolt doesn't dodge it. Fantastic play there from Death Note. Really keeping him in the game, but he's very low on units. Lumber, he had 120. See there, he built a knight. Knights cost 50 lumber. He's got it. In the meantime, though, HawK got tier 3 during the push. And Death Note says, you know what? I lost too much stuff. We go to game 3. Fun game. Oh, don't you know, though? Fun game there, bud. And we go into Tidehunters for map number 3. Oh, not quite yet, though. Oh, HawK left. At least eventually we're able to get games hosted. It takes a little bit longer than usual today, but eventually it works. And we're loading into Tidehunters. Probably we'll see these 3 maps quite a bit today. Concealed Hill, Autumn Leaves, Tidehunters. Oh, another bug. And then after this, we will have Sonic versus Soyma. So 2 mirror matchups. And then that should be it for mirror matchups. Oh no, Sonic Soyma, the winner of that will go on to face DiSe, right? So we will have a couple of Night Elf mirrors today, but the grand finals won't be a mirror. And the second semifinal, or first semifinal, won't be a mirror. So we'll have a couple. We'll have a best of 5 and a best of 3 that are human versus orc, most likely, and then Night Elf versus either orc or human. Or no, it'll be Night Elf versus human in the finals, no matter who wins on one side. Mirrors are the best? Hell yeah, that's the sort of attitude we need today. Oh yeah, it's good to be alive in the world. Okay, we're just trying to host again. I miss the green water bottle that used to get green screened out. I should start using that again. It was plastic though, so. So it's probably the reason I'm sick, you know what I'm saying? Okay, we need another rehost. It's like War 3 Champions Season 9 all over again. Or whatever that season was. Okay, trying one more time. Oh, I think it's working. I think it's working, everybody. Yeah, we're in. Game number 3. Here it is. Upper left, Mr. Death Note. With almost a comeback there in game 2. I don't know what they're saying. Maybe somebody can translate. If necessary. Bottom right's HawK. Winner of this will have to face Starbuck's most likely Orc. I think the map pool is good enough to justify him playing Orc today, but we'll see. It was Night Elf, I believe, last time, when the map pool didn't suit Orc. Orc, of course, is very, very... It's very important to have a correct map for Orc, because they just aren't really able to have very proactive early games. They kind of have to stop their opponents from doing things, because everybody creeps better than Orc in the early game. It's just a simple fact, so... And everybody also expands better than Orc in the early game, so just because of those two facts, Orc kind of needs a map where you're able to stop your opponent from doing too many things, as opposed to trying to do a bunch of things yourself. So bigger maps, maps with merc camps, maps with easy expansions like a scrimmage, like a war hail, aren't necessarily the best Orc maps. Terranistan, stuff like that. And they are good elf, human, in some cases undead maps. but a little less so. That's why Starbuck sometimes won't play Orc when the map pool doesn't suit Orc playstyle, even though I think he wants to. But with that being said, today Concealed Hill, Tidehunters, and Autumn Leaves in the pool. All very acceptable Orc maps. Both go towards the lab. This is a very fast level 3 map if you want it. You just have to creep this, this, and then you can militia this or this. And it's level 3 nearly instantly. Oh, I like that little turtle pole. Wait, this is sick. More people should do this. I'm thinking Undead's players with an Acolyte. This is so sick. I'm stealing that 100%. The question is, what's better, though? To stop the Golem? I'm thinking with an Acolyte as Undead. To stop the Golem from being successfully bugged with the pole by attacking it, or to pull these turtles in to attack while they're creeping this. You can only do one. You can't do both. Or could you do both, I wonder? Now that would be sick. So, terrible items for Death Note. Pretty okay for HawK. Bone Chimes are nice in the early game. They'll be sold later, probably. As breakers are not melee. I wonder if human players could decide whether or not for breakers to be classified as melee. You think they would? The only thing it would impact would be True Shot versus Bone Chimes. I don't think they would. Like, if the breaker attack didn't change, if it was exactly the same, it was just classified as melee, quote unquote. I don't think they would change that. Obviously, Night Elf players wouldn't, because Priestess of the Moon. Tower being focused, lost repair. Are we seeing a very quick base trade game? This could be a quick game 3, you guys. If the game of chicken is lost. But only one of these guys is level 3. What the hell happened to Death Note's creep route? Death Note might just be getting owned here. Uh-oh. Rutro Raggy. I think I saw a Ghost Scoobs. And that goes to level 3 Archmage with Bone Chimes in my base. Now, the Bone Chimes aren't that good, but they, you know, they are a scary item when you think about it. It's Chimes of Bone. Imagine a guy on a horse runs at you with Chimes of Bone in his hand and a big old wand. What the hell are you gonna do, dude? We TP back. A lot of low units here, but can Death Note actually finish his food? If he can finish a couple units off, he'll get level 3. Death Note gonna try to hold on, of course. If he loses this, he's just out. And HawK is trapped for now. But he wants to be trapped to heal up anyway. Damn, we just need to creep level 3, man. This would be an ideal camp for Death Note to get. But I don't know if he's going to be able to. At this point, do we just get a Shredder and Tier 1 Expo? Honestly?
A player's forces are under attack.
Healing up in the back. And no, just GG's call. Yeah, he sees the attack, he sees the healing. A nice try from Death Note today. Some good games, but sometimes human mirror be like that. That's you know, if you're a human player, you understand that sometimes the games just go like that. All right, Sonic vs. Soyma is now going to be up in a best of 3. But first, I'm going to take a break because I want to get a coffee and I want to rest my voice for a second so that I can continue talking over these video games for the rest of the day, guys, without sounding like I've been smoking for the last 20 years. So with that, we're going to take a short break. I'm going to get a coffee, and we're going to go into a Night Elf mirror in just a few minutes. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Don't go nowhere. I'll see you very soon. Soyma vs. Sonic coming up. Oh, hi, everybody. I don't know how long we were on zero for, but welcome back. Hope you guys had a good break. I got some more coffee. Sonic and Soyma are currently doing vetoes. Looks like the 3 maps we're going to be playing is Scrimmage, Shallow Grave, and Tidehunters in some sort of order. We're going to be starting with either Scrimmage or Shallow Grave, I guess. It was the longest 0 seconds of my life. Yeah, I don't know how long we were there for. Maybe for our whole lives. Maybe we've always been there on 0. Maybe this is our first waking moments right now, Piazza 1987. Who knows? Who knows? Who really knows at the end of the day? Where does consciousness begin? Where does it end? Where did it all begin? Maybe your beliefs differ from me. All I know is we're going to keep pushing that boulder up that hill, you know what I'm saying? That's all we can do, right? I don't know, man. Anyway, Night Elf Mirror. Does sometimes feel like pushing a boulder up a hill. We're just waiting for Sonic to do one more veto. And of course, after this, the moment you've all been waiting for, we will have Starbuck versus HawK, which I personally am looking forward to. It's unfortunate, you know, in the past, I was playing a lot more Orc, and I was like, damn, I want more Orc players. And now, as soon as I start playing Undead, where's the Sheiks? Where's the Cravs? You know, I used to get to watch Happy every week, and I took it for granted that I used to get to watch Happy every week. Nowadays, damn, I wish I could watch Happy every week. Even if he's beating everyone's ass, I still like watching it, you know? But Starbuck Orc is always a treat, of course, so I hope he does play it. You rewatched True Detective yesterday, or what? Time is a flat circle. I do try to watch that first season about every 2 years. But I haven't watched it for about, 9 months now? How you joined Back to Warcraft Team, Carson? Curious. There was an event in 2020 called DreamHack Anaheim. If you guys remember when ESL was more involved in Warcraft. There was a bunch of events. There was one in Sweden. There was one in America. Was there another one? Oh, there was one during COVID, like the peak of COVID, that was just offline at home. So there was those 3. And the first one in 2020, me and B2W went just with some friends because we sort of had like a group of friends as a team called Team Dust, where we had Hitman and we had OC, and we had a bunch of people. Flame was on the team at the time, and there was a few people that were in America going to the event. So me and Ricky were like, yeah, let's just go hang out with the boys, whatever. Turns out we actually got to play because they needed more players to sign up for the open bracket. But mostly we just went there to cheer on like Hitman and OC and stuff like that. And then we met Neo and Remo there. Also met Todd there. Met Neo and Remo there. Had some drinks. We were like, hey, we like doing commentary. You know, we weren't very good at it, but we were pretty new to it. We were like, hey, can we run a league on your channel? Can we do something called Dust League on your channel, which is an American league? And, you know, after a couple of beers, they were like, hell yeah. And so then we got back home after DreamHack Anaheim in 2020. We ran a season of Dust League. Turns out we were actually all right at commentary. And then Neo hired us on. It was like, yeah. And now I've been doing it. I guess I've been here for like 4.5 years. Something like that. Justice for Thorazane? Exactly. Wasn't Staso on the team? I don't know if he was ever on the team. They have their own sort of Australian, New Zealand team. But I don't remember if Staso was ever on Dust. We were always a little bit competitive with the Australian, New Zealand guys back in the day. Just, you know, a little bit of banter. You know, you gotta have an enemy. You know, what's life without conflict? You know. All right, game number 1, Soyma versus Sonic. Yeah, so anyway, we pretty much didn't deserve to be on the channel, and then Neo and Remo gave us a shot, and it turns out we were all right at commentary, so here we are. Carlson and Rick Cass back during COVID got me hooked on Back to Work. Good times. Nice, butt crumbs. Hell yeah. Bottom left, Mr. Soyma. Upper right, Sonic. Alter Hero for both players. Merc Camp. This is Scrimmage, if you're not familiar. Give you a look around. And then you created Theorycraft. True. Yeah, Theorycraft was one of the first things. We had a few things when we first started. We did Dust League. We did War 3 Champions, which at the time was split between NA and Europe. So we did NA, and then Neo and Remo would do Europe. And then I did Theorycraft. What else did we do? Some podcast stuff. Yeah, good times. And then there was, of course, DreamHack the whole time, which had all the weekly cups. There was a lot of stuff going on back then. At least a lot of stuff for, like, my time zone. Nowadays, of course, there's a lot of stuff as well, but it's all at, like, 4 in the morning for me. Grubby back to Warcraft and Starbuck on. I'm gonna need a bigger monitor. Yeah, turn them all on, man, all at the same time. You can listen to me and Grubby at the same time because I'm speaking very softly today, and then you can watch Starbuck play on the main monitor. You know what I'm saying? Is this saying we're gonna die? Sonic? Okay, he's repairing. He's aware. The hot dog challenge. Yeah, we had the hot dog challenge. Yeah, we had the 100K follower celebration. So that just shows how far back it was. When me and Ricky joined the channel, it was right before they hit 100,000 followers on Twitch. And now what is it at? Like 130? Something like that? Which may not seem like a lot, but for reference, I've been streaming on my own channel since like 2016, and I just hit 5,000 followers, so it's quite a lot. Takes a while, man. It really does. Puts things in perspective. Alright, creeping continues. This creep is always a little bit weird because it only drops a tome and it's very awkward to get to. But range units and a single melee will make that quick work.
A player's forces are under attack.
And Tree of Life for Sonic. Scouted Berserker, actually. If left to its own devices, will cancel this, but there's no way Sonic lets that happen, right? But the damage is going to set Soyma up to come in and actually get the cancel. This has been very well played. Like, he might lose the Berserker, sure, but his eye's on the prize, and the prize is this tree cancel. And an archer, why not? Has to be careful not to deny with the Ancient of War, but the archer was constructing. And this should be a cancel, but at what cost? Both mercs go down. I'd say that's absolutely worth it for Soyma. Maybe didn't need to lose the priest, but look at the tech differential here. There's also a lot of damage on that tree, so he didn't get much resources returned.
A player's forces are under attack.
Berserker now picked up by Sonic on the other side. Aggro in the creeps. Is Ancient War, I think, actually will die. Very slowly. Okay, Soyma's in position. Maybe not. Yeah, he's pulling wisps. Okay. I like to see effort made to keep the Ancient Wars alive. It makes a very big difference. The amount of damage you don't take from creeping with an Ancient War. Demon level 3 coming in. Last hit, though, gonna secure Soyma's level 3. Elfmere is like a battle between poop and piss. Very interesting. Get a sandwich, throw some poop on there. Couple scoops of poop.
A town is under siege.
Can I get a bit more poop on there? Lore gonna be canceled. This Demon Hunter's attacking fast. Yeah, Gloves of Haste. Look at that. The impact. Naga, maybe gonna keep this lore alive. It'll be close. TP will be used. Yeah, if there's like 100 more HP, let's say 60 more HP on that lore, it would have survived, but nicely done by Sonic. And he manages to catch up slightly in the tech department, but of course still lost that tree earlier.
A player's forces are under attack.
Soyma finishes up his creeping. Is he playing Mass Triads? Looks like he wants to expand. Sonic continues to be aggressive. Is this Sonic or is this Grubby's elf? I ask you. No tech yet by Sonic either. I'm surprised he's not attacking tier 3. Surely he will go bears.
The town is under siege.
Tier 3 for Soyma now. And tier 3 for Sonic, okay. Quick shop. Strange shop timing. Normally you'll go up partway through your tier 3 tech just to grab orb and staff at the same time. What's up, Buzzkill? Mud Golem. Actually gotta be careful. And Mud Golem and a Dryad and a Naga. This Demon Hunter, I think is dead, you guys. I'm gonna say it now. I'm gonna be so bold. I think it's just dead. Oh, Sonic. The things you do, the way you move.
A player's forces are under attack.
Sonic, if he was Harry Nielsen, be like, I can't live. If live is a demon hunter. You guys get what I'm saying? Hey, Nielsen Schmielsen fans out there, come on. I'm more of a The Point man myself, but maybe that album's not for everybody. But everyone can respect Arrow. I think that was a single off that album back in '72. Either way, Boots of Cloth Lost from this lab is a fantastic find on top of that Demon Hunter kill. Demon Hunter being trained the old-fashioned way. Why not? You're creeping up your keeper. Might as well get the Demon Hunter back slowly. I'm obsessed with a band called Matte Black. If you like Depeche Mode, they're amazing. I do like Depeche Mode.
Player's forces are under attack.
Lee Juve is going to be a welcome sight right now for Soyma. I'm not going to heal up. Will we see a Zeppelin today at all? Careful with your bear. Oh, he's actually going to get the bear too. Soyma with some nice finds. No, staff purchase. Okay, Sonic. The Hunter comes back right on time, but Soyma's so close to some really nice timings on these pickoffs. Of course, the Demon Hunter kill and the tree cancel earlier. Some great plays from young Soyma. Nice to see him making Sonic really work for this one. You know what I listened to the other day that I haven't listened to for like years was Animals by Pink Floyd. I haven't listened to that album in a long time. But we were watching a TV show. Oh yeah, it was Rick and Morty, and Rick and Morty had a Pink Floyd song in it, and I was like, I miss this band. So I listened to Animals when I was doing some work a couple days ago, and I was like, forgot how good some of those albums were, man. They were really onto something back then, you know? Or they were on something, should I say, back then. Oops, pardon me, pardon me. Fight over red camp now. Not the easiest camp to take, of course. It has polymorph, and it's in a weird little bit of a choke point, so... Chimroost for Sonic. I mean, this is truly how Night Elf Mirror should be played. I really love Audio Slave now for about 18 months. Fun fact, I made a RuneScape PK video when I was like 7 years old on Windows Movie Maker and uploaded it to YouTube. And the music in it was Show Me How to Live by Audio Slave. But that was, what, about 22 years ago now that I made that, so it's probably gone. Sonic the Chimroost is such a crazy Giga Chad move that I'm surprised isn't done more often in Bearmere. Maybe it is. Maybe I just don't see enough Night Elf Mirror, but why not, man? I mean, I understand why not. It's expensive. It might not work out, but like, just get one Chim out, and the impact that single Chim's gonna have on the fight, even if you only ever build one, it's gonna be, as some people might say, huge, the impact. No matter with Endurance Aura and Bone Chimes, are you goddamn kidding me? As well as Boots of Cloth Loss. This should just be W items for Soyma, shouldn't it be? And he's gonna find that Chimroost. 25 seconds till it comes out. He's also getting his own Chimroost. Is this like European Night Elf Mirror meta to get a Chimroost at 50 supply? I don't know, man. I'm not familiar with this matchup. Someone's got to help me out. Nice Fork Lightning. So I'm making some serious money moves, dude. Red bottoms. You know what I'm saying? Cardi B. He's making some moves. Entangle on that bear instead of the Naga. Could have actually gotten the kill on the Naga had he done that. Chim comes out. Now, if only the Chim could attack air. Is he really going to let the bear die? I feel like he didn't need to. But still, obviously, great damage there from Soyma. It's looking like he's going to get 1-0. He's just been pulling further and further ahead every step. Funnily enough, could drop the Demon Hunter to give Aura to the Zeppelin. And she's just going to TP out. I like that he's not risking it. He's already made a good move, did great damage, killed some Wisp, killed the gold mine, scouted the Chims. No need to risk losing that Zeppelin, even though he probably could have gotten away. You never know what lies around the corner. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes you have to take the risk and you got to go around that corner, guys, you know? Sometimes you got to go into the unknown. You got to go into the belly of the beast, okay? Or else, what are you going to do? You can't be showing your footing every step of the way, or else how are you going to find your own path? You know what I'm saying, guys? You get what I'm putting down here? But Soyma, if his path is 1-0 versus Sonic, I don't think he cares about the way he got there. Ring of Regen, first Chim out. Making a second one, both players are. Speaking like Yoda now. And going into this more kind of wacky Chim Dryad mixture is going to actually be advantageous for the Naga versus the Keeper, right? It's going to be very much better for the Naga than the Keeper, whereas a straight Bearmere, Keeper is king. So it's actually a smart way for Soyma to play it. Even though it's a little bit whack, it's like, you know, Dryads and Chims. Naga's going to be really good there.
A player's forces are under attack.
Demon with some serious damage. Gets Unholy Aura. Imagine if Soyma had gotten that. Jesus Wheezes. Luckily for Sonic, he gets it. Two Chims wouldn't mind seeing Corrosive Breath as well. Is there any reason to not get Corrosive Breath? No, there isn't, right? Can just park him here. Like, is there really any counter to that? Corrosive Breath over the trees, or over the trees, kill all the Moonwells? You need Hippogriffs, right? Or Talons? That's the only counter?
A player's forces are
Could be a serious play for both players. I think we're really seeing some 2026 Night Elfmere here. Why would you not play like this in Elfmere? But we haven't seen Corrosive Breath yet. Okay, 3 Chims versus 2. The Bears might as well not even be here. Look at that damage. Sweet Jesus. Both players melting. Demon Hunter staffed out, which is a big deal. Because obviously the Bears aren't having a lot of impact. Push for vulnerability. Entangle was not for the Demon, though. It was for the Bear. A little chim-on-chim action. You guys say Night Elfmere is boring. It's about as boring as a Friday night at your mom's house, man. Not at all. She's making chicken pot pie. Keeper. Gonna fall. Naga. Can anything be passed? Staff, can it be swapped? Cold Arrow. Trying to slow down the Demon Hunter. What a messy ass fight. Dryads and Chims, baby. Demon Hunter being chased down, but there's no mana burn to secure the kill. Sorry about that. Chim will barely live. Corrosive Breath, I'm telling you guys. Corrosive Breath, kill all the Moonwells. There's no counter. Literally, for either player, they could just park their Chims here and kill everything. And you can't do anything about it without an Ancient of Wind. Literally. Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong. Look at the Demon Hunter for Soyma. Sonic quite a ways away. But of course, not the easiest matchup to get an ultimate off, because mana burn level 3 is the reality when you're close to level 6. Soyma's become so good. Yeah, dude, he's grinding, man. Invis pot. That's a good way to secure the ultimate so that you don't get mana burn. That's the whole purpose of that. Wants to get one more kill, level 6, and pop the ultimate before he ever gets mana burnt. Someone tell these guys about Corrosive Breath, man. Like, even if you have an Invis Demon Hunter here with like a TP or a staff ready to go, and then the Chims come in, what the hell would you do, man? You wouldn't be able to do nothing, Spider Boy. I got you for 10 whole minutes of playtime. Does get the ultimate. I don't think people quite realize how stacked, they don't quite respect either, just how stacked the lineup of the first Spider-Man in 2002 was. Like, Willem Dafoe was serving that whole movie. He really was. And I don't think he gets enough credit for that. You know, he's very much to the Green Goblin what Heath Ledger was to, or not Heath, yeah, Heath Ledger was to the Joker, you know what I'm saying? But no one's put enough respect on his name. When Aunt May smacks his hand when he goes for the stuffing and he gives that little look at dinner, you know what I'm talking about? Come on, man, the subtlety. Put some respect on Defoe's name. Or is it Dafoe? I'm something of a scientist myself, hell yeah. HawK 2, yeah. What's that guy's name? He did a great job as well, yeah. Those first couple Spider-Man movies, bang, man. And I hate superhero movies, I really do.
A player's forces are under attack.
Alfred Molina. Very good, very good. Invis pot now. For Sonic, for similar reasons as for Soyma's. It's all about playing around the mana burn to deny that level 6, but unfortunately, there's too much goddamn mana now. Oh my god, he dusts. He blind dusts the Demon Hunter. How does he know? What a Giga Chad. This Demon Hunter has no way out. Wait a second. Okay, my first question is, can the Demon Hunter make it out alive? My second question is, how did he know about this Demon Hunter? Did he see the Invis pot was gone from the shop? I do not know. This creep got blocked. Huh. This has been a very interesting game. Goldmine's going to run out very soon, by the way. Quicker for Soyma, though, because remember the Goldmine went down for Sonic earlier. Ultimate. Is he going to pop it? Pop it, Soyma. There it is. Dryad Chims. A lot of damage up in the air. But they can't do anything about the Dryads. The fight will end in just Dryads. But, actually, no, the Dryads are killing each other. So it'll end in Chims. Demon Hunter does barely live. Comes back in. What the hell are you doing, Sonic? Okay, keeps it alive. Nice awareness. But it looks like Soyma's got this one in the bag. And GG will be called. That's 1-0 for Soyma. A very well-played game start to finish for him. Seemed to be in control the whole time. The only thing left to be desired? Where's my Corrosive Breath plays, guys? If you're going to play a Chim Mirror, give me some Corrosive Breath. Harass. I do think also Hippogriffs could have made a big impact on that game. Like a single ancient win for either player could have really changed the dynamic of those fights. And then things would have got really silly, because then the other player would have had to go Hippogriffs, etc., etc. I have that map listed as Amazonia right now because it's not on my map list right now. We go on to Shallow Grave, I believe. Glad my voice is actually holding up. I think it was just when I first got up in the morning, I was like, oh no, I'm going to be able to cast one game and then it's going to be silent the rest of the stream. But the quiet talking, I think I'm going to be okay. Deuteronomium, how you doing, dude? 55 stream streak? Jesus Christ. Good for you. Hell yeah. You know what that's a sign of, Deuteronomium? It's a sign of someone just really enjoying themselves, you know? You know what I'm saying? It's a sign of a guy that just knows what he likes doing and just does it, you know? And just has a good time. Just has a good goddamn time. You found your thing that you like doing. You probably snore a lot. I do have a deviated septum. That will probably make your throat sore in the morning, but will feel better through the day. Oh, interesting. I've been sick for 9 days. Have vacation? I respect it, man. I respect it. And you're doing you, man. Every step of the way. 55 streams in a row. Hey man, I've had streaks like that for streamers too, and I just, you know, I was loving it. I was loving it. You don't know the good times until the good times are over, you know what I mean? And then you're like, damn, that really was peak. But the best thing about it, there's always good times around the corner as well. Game number 2, Shallow Grave. Soyma up 1-0 with a fantastic game 1. Harrison, where's your favorite venue on Vancouver Island to perform at? I've heard they're all pretty lame. Yeah, we only have about like one venue that's like, well, I wouldn't say on all of Vancouver Island because Vancouver Island's pretty huge actually. I haven't been to all the venues here, but in like Victoria where I am, which is the main city on Vancouver Island, there's only about one venue that's bigger than like 2,000 cap. So if you're gonna see any big band, you're pretty much gonna be at sort of like our arena that we have here. But the Royal Theatre is about a 1,500 cap opera house sort of theater that we've played, I don't know, 4 or 5 times. And it's very, very nice. It's a beautiful venue. So that's my favorite. We just did 2 headline shows Friday and Saturday, and we played at a place called Upstairs. That's like a 400, 500 cap room. It's more like a club, though. And we play there pretty much every year. So those are the 2. But we've played most venues in Victoria at this point. But yeah, Royal Theatre is a good time. And it's all seated as well. Obviously, a lot of people stand, but I really like seated sort of opera house theaters. I think that's my favorite venue for watching shows, at least. And for playing, I do like when people shut up and pay attention, which theaters tend to allow people to do. Priest of the Moon for Soyma. I like these switching things up. Just because you win game 1 doesn't mean you need to play the same thing over and over again. Keep your opponent on your toes. I've heard Upstairs is where the critters go. Confirm or deny. I don't know what critters mean. They'll bring Whistler and Blackcomb is the best. Oh, very nice, very nice. If you're in Whistler, you need to go to Araxi Bar and Grill because that was the reward for Hell's Kitchen Season 1. And I don't even think the person got the job, but I'm pretty sure that restaurant's still there. But yes, the winner of Hell's Kitchen Season 1 was supposed to get the head chef position at Araxi and Whistler. And Gordon Ramsay mentions it probably about 500 times in that whole season. You think with this risotto, you're ready for Araxi Bar and Grill in Whistler? Every 5 minutes, I swear to God. You think with this, this beef Wellington, still out in the field, you're ready for Araxi Bar and Grill in Whistler? You know what I'm saying? The water is raw, exactly. I'm a big fan of Gordo. I watch a lot of Gordo in my spare time. Anyway, that's mostly what I know about Whistler. I've never actually been.
The player's forces are under attack.
Sonic, defensive play. I like his base build. Hunter's Hall in front to protect the Moonwells, Ancient War repositioning to have a nearly blocked base. Everything is uphill in Whistler. Hard pass for me. Well, surely if everything's uphill, at least half of it should be downhill then too, right? Because you can't go up a hill without going down a hill. So it should be precisely 50% uphill if everything is a hill. You know what I'm saying, man? I'm sure there are expensive things in Whistler, but are there super culinary restaurants there? I'm not sure. I think Whistler was just very popular at the time. Back then, because like I think the Olympics were around then. I'm not entirely sure. What type of music do you guys play? It's like indie rock. We did do a Led Zeppelin cover last night though, which banged. Which is not something we do common, and not something we do lightly either. Okay. It was only through great turmoil that we found ourselves doing a single Led Zeppelin cover. When working at the restaurants and service jobs in Whistler, either somehow British or Australian. Those people love to board, man.
A player's forces are under attack.
We're seeing a serious Tinker game. Yes, Tinker it's not the most common play, I would say, these days, but it's very common against mass Huntresses. But this is sort of an old school approach for Sonic in defending what used to be like the mass Huntress AP all in. Because there's so many more options for Soyma these days. Going for the Tree of Life, of course, and also getting to Tier 2 to have heavy armor actually makes Huntresses kind of a late game option, whereas before, back in the day, you were forced to all in, which is where the Tinker and the extra archers came into play. All you had to do was defend the, you know, around 7.5, 8 minute timing, which would be coming up pretty soon here, and then you're good. But nowadays, look all the options Soyma has, again finding himself in a fantastic position. What song? We did, we have a song in the same key that's a similar tempo to Whole Lot of Love. So we went out of that song into like a solo thing, and then we went into Whole Lot of Love from like the 3 minute mark when there's that big diddle 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 do 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 boom boom. You know what I'm talking about? That part? Precisely the 3 minute and 1 second mark of Whole Lot of Love. And we did that until the end, and then we went back into the song that was in the same key after it. It's sort of like close to the end of the set theatrics moment. You know what I'm talking about? It went off. It went off. People were freaking out, man. We'll see how big of an impact Tinker has here. Archers are going to do much more. TP out, gets a Berserker for a hunt, and a little bit of space for the expansion to start mining. I think Soyma's going to be fine with that trade. He has Sonic right where he wants him. Playing defensively. Not aware of the expansion as far as I know, but he might be. Sonic, a smart player, should probably have an idea.
A player's forces are under attack.
Greater heal. Potion, that's okay too. Dark Ranger second. Of course, typically with Priestess of the Moon, if you're not going to stay on Huntresses, you're eventually going to go for Lures and go for Mass Dryads, because then the aura still has impact. And then the natural counter to Mass Dryads is going to be Mass Archers, with improved bows, marksmanship, maybe, tier 3 tech, stuff like that. And then the natural counter to Archers is Dark Ranger with Black Arrow, so Soyma's pre-preparing for the reality of Dryads against Archers, but for now he's not building Lures. Continues to play Huntresses. But that's the idea. And of course, Sonic is building a lot of Archers right now, so... Level 3 Tinker does not mess around. APs are hiding. The Potom player becomes the AP rushed. Who would have thought? This is the world we'd end up in. Do you think you're ready for a Raxi Bar and Grill and Whistler when you're the one getting Ancient Protector rushed as the Priestess of the Moon player? I don't think so, Soyma. Ooh, illusions are nice. A little bit more tankiness in the front line. 59 versus 50 supply. Tinker gonna be awesome with those APs as well. The combination is going to be fantastic. And these will finish. And try to snag level 3 Demon Hunter real quick. Maybe Soyma could do some counter Ancient Protectors though. If he scouts this, could just start building them right here. And then the game could get really interesting, because then it might be Glaive Thrower versus Glaive Thrower. I think that's the correct play for Soyma. Build 2 APs himself. right here. Or even like back here and then walk them. He doesn't have Nature's Blessing though, so probably here is going to be the best location. I think that's the correct play. If he knows about them, which he should now. So on the 66 supply, he's just going to go balls to the wall. He's getting a glaive thrower. And he is building his own AP. Where, though? Oh, I think he canceled. He built one, then canceled it. Double glaive. Is there theory craft on what the optimal use of Wand of Illusion is? No, sir. The bigger the unit, the better. Get one worm, use it on the worm. Really good against elf.
The town is under siege.
He's gonna have glaives out in a sec.
Forces are under attack.
If Soyma can hold, obviously he's in a winning position. Sonic is counter-expoing right now. He needs to rally this. There we go. We are getting glaive on glaive action here. Hot. I don't know what the glaive is, but it's like a boat or something. Looks like, you know. I guess it's like a Roman sort of Colosseum looking thing. Is that the idea with a glaive thrower? Either way, AP is working on that expo. They're not involved in the fight right now. Sonic may be over aggressive. Yo, A-Bomb. Thank you for the 9 months. This is a sub, baby. Appreciate that, A-Bomb. It's good to see you. Did have a life drain there for a second. Life drain, in fact, on level 2. Big push on vulnerability. Sonic just lost everything. Sonic's losing this game. It's 72 versus 29. Soyma just 2-0'd Sonic. Can we get some applause in the chat for Soyma with a great win there? Very well played. Sonic perhaps a little bit of an off day, but Soyma took full advantage. Very, very solid series out of him. Congrats to him to make it into the semifinals. He's going to be playing DiSe later on today. And both Death Note and Sonic are out. And now for our third series of the day. Starbuck versus HawK. All right. Starbuck is in the lobby. We're just waiting for HawK to join now. And then we will start 2 of the game, of course. You guys like that? But glaive throwers don't throw glaives anymore since they changed them in Frozen Throne. What's the lore behind? What's the lore behind that? These guys are noobs, true. Yeah, these guys suck. XD. Omega lol XD. Forehead, 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 XD, XD. Alright. Starbuck is playing Orc. He immediately vetoes scrimmage. What's up, Logic? How you doing, dude? We named them Frisbee throwers. Wait, is this some sort of like dimly masked balance whine about glaive throwers not being strong enough. Is that what I'm hearing right now? I think they're pretty good. They're tier 1 siege, man. They're tier 1 siege. Yeah, I got you, Don. Don, you always show up part way through the stream. You're always like 2 hours late, which is actually nice for me because then I don't have to do predictions the whole stream. I can just start when you get here. It makes it easier on me. Starbuck is playing Orc. When you predict, keep that in mind. 2 minutes. There we go. All right. Starbuck AFK for a second, then we will get into game 1. Spucky playing off race. He's playing Orc, which is standard for him versus human. He does it in every tournament, if the map pool allows. I got all my rings here. You guys want to see my rings? Look, I got really big rings that I wear when I play shows. Look how big these are. Look at that. I like the absurdity of wearing huge rings on stage. I got those, and then I got some smaller ones. I got some smaller ones. You see? See? I have one that's like my favorite one, and I can't find it. I think it's on my floor somewhere. I need to move some furniture and sweep and find it. I think it fell down at some point, or the cat ate it. I don't know. But yeah, I'm not an everyday ring guy, but if I'm playing a show, you bet I got a big old ring on my right hand, okay? For the aura of it. I want people to go, how the hell is he playing with all those rings, man? How is his hands weighed down? Because you know why I do that? This is it may be a hipster posting here right now, but you know, I'm fine with it. If you guys listen to Thelonious Monk at all, if you like jazz, there's Thelonious Monk. There's some videos of him playing piano, you know, in like 1958, and he's smacking the piano because he plays super percussively, and he's got these huge rings on, and they keep rotating. So he's like playing a solo over like Blue Monk or whatever, like around midnight, and he's smacking the piano, and then in between lines, he's like readjusting his rings. And I thought it was the coolest thing ever. So he's smacking it, and he's adjusting them, and he's smacking it again, and then he's standing up and walking around his piano when the bass player's soloing. It's just huge aura out of Monk. So I like wearing big rings because of that. Catch me outside. How about that, you know? Either way, Starbuck versus HawK. If you guys haven't listened to Thelonious Monk and you like jazz, highly recommend. Okay, it changed my life when my guitar teacher showed me him back in the 7th grade. Yes, I am a hipster. Yeah, I know. Get used to it, though, okay? I'm all me. It's all me, baby. It's all me. It's all me. All right. Game number 1. Very excited for this one. Love watching Starbuck versus human as Orc. He's got one of the most solid fundamentals when it comes to Orc versus human. He's really, next to Lin, the best in the world in this matchup. Bar none. There's no one else that does it quite like these two. Like slapping the bass, man. I did wish I was a bass player at some points, you know. It seems like a fun instrument. Okay, Starbuck with just straight Farseer headhunters. Looks to be. And it will indeed be. Oh. There we go. And for HawK, Mountain King first? No, Archmage. Quick tower. Forward tower as well. What a forward young man you are, HawK. Farseer going to come out, and we'll see if Starbuck wants to creep a little bit. Sometimes we'll take this before harassing, but that would typically be with a grunt opener, not with straight headhunter opener. So I would expect quick harass out of Starbuck. Starbuck would lose versus Lin. Yeah, well, because he'd be playing human versus orc, right? He wouldn't be playing orc mirror versus Lin. Nor would Lin be playing human versus his orc. So that's a different world that you're living in there, right? Farseer finds the Archmage. Doesn't know the tech timing just yet, and that does determine sort of what you want to do as an orc player. We can check it and make up our minds. So it's going to be tower with 2 farm, or relatively quick tech, but not the quickest. So some sort of hybrid harass until the Archmage manages to squeak out level 2, and then Starbuck can start his creeping. But it's advantageous to keep the Archmage on level 1 as long as you can, because much less mana into the late early game if you can slow down that second creep camp. So for now, HawK is gonna run around, but Starbuck resummons and starts creeping himself, realizing that the Archmage is disjointed from the Footman, and there was no water elemental summoned and split off somewhere. So really, Archmage can't do anything. Headhunter and Snare. There's level 2. Off of a wolf as well. Both taking some damage on a couple of units. Actually, quite a bit of damage on that Headhunter. I love this base. I don't know if it's optimal, but I like the look of it, at least. Another wolf to the Archmage. Blacksmith as well for HawK as expected. Good pressure, though. I feel like a slight miss micro maybe from Starbuck on a couple of these Headhunters. Really, at this stage in the game, against what was only 3 Footmen and a level 1 Archmage, you shouldn't be really taking any damage at all, in my opinion, with the level of micro these two are working with. It should be very, very orc favored. But HawK found his angle. He got a little creep jack, found an ensnared Headhunter, excuse me, and was able to do a lot of damage. 3 of them on low HP. To the expo we go. Troll regen going to be very valuable. Wouldn't be surprised to see that upgraded immediately for Starbuck. Starbuck doesn't tend to go any sort of caster in this matchup. He does it right, in my opinion. He just plays Bestiary at tier 2. Obviously, there are times when shamans are necessary, but that time is not against 2 farm tech. HawK continues to be aggressive with the few footmen he does have. What's up, Reese Bauer? Do we have troll regen on its way? Yeah, we do. Look at that. An instant expansion for Starbuck. Some might see this as greedy. I see it as optimal. Pre-Bestiary expansion, though, is kind of wild. And 6 Headhunters will probably go into a single grunt with brute strength after troll regen finishes, as well as, of course, that Bestiary as soon as it's not at risk of being cancelled. Speaking of risk of being cancelled, this Great Hall. Getting a little scary, but the Archmage is quite low. He's trying to kill the shop. He wants it bad. Yeah, Aura First I like. I wasn't always a fan of Aura First until I played Undead and I realized just how good Unholy Aura was. Now I have a lot more respect for how good Endurance Aura is as well. So I'll be playing a lot more Aura First on my TCs as well.
A player's forces are under attack.
And look at this expo, it's almost 50% done. It's getting harder and harder for HawK to find a cancel timing. But HawK is going to go around the outside. Look at the Wolf Scout. Does he have time, though? He actually misses the scout. HawK's sneaky. HawK's going to cancel this. Starbuck should just creep this. If HawK goes to his expo, Starbuck should instantly creep this. Yeah, no defending that. And he does pull the Merc camp, I believe. Yeah, he had the Wolf Scout, but he was just maybe being a little bit greedy with his Farseer positioning. He was more worried about his TC getting creep jacked as opposed to his expo getting canceled, which, I mean, you know, two sides to every coin. But HawK, sorry about that. HawK with a good good cancel there. Very, very good cancel. If not, this game would have snowballed quickly out of his control. Why cancel so early? There was no defending it. And the more damage you take, the less resources you get back. There was truly no defending.
Players' forces are under attack.
Stormbolt. Chicken Jockey. HawK. Controlling the map well now that he got that cancel. Feeling confident. TC did get 2. Goes Stomp right away. Is it true you get less resources back if you take damage on the constructing building, not if you cancel later? You get 75% back, always, no matter how far in construction it is, but then it's like divided by the percentage damage you take on the structure as well, or something like that. Oh, nice dodge there with the TP. Did get a Mana Stone. Starbuck trying to keep things chaotic so that he can keep this alive, but HawK has been continuously sending units, first a Footman, then an Elemental to put damage on it. If he gets this cancel again, HawK's going to be in a really, really good position. But Starbuck aware. Aware he can't actually defend this with his TC being so low, he's just going to keep taking creep camps. A warranted trade. I feel like a lot of the time, trading a big camp for an expo cancel, the Orc is going to be not thrilled about it, but they're going to make a playable position out of it. They just keep on creeping. So that's Flute as well. HawK immediately knows what's going on, but just look at the levels. Kind of getting away from him. 2-1 versus almost 4-3. Starbuck consistently forcing ultimatums out of HawK. It's like Big Fish, that movie by Tim Burton, I think. His future has been determined the whole game. He's really been forced into moves. Starbuck with a Zeppelin. He's about to lose everything. Sweet Jesus. He needs to get out. Seems like Starbuck should be favored in these fights with his hero levels, but he just needs items, he needs mana. Heal scroll push and vulnerability, and he needs to get back to his shop. Oh, the Kodo. Zeppelin will save it. But just barely. I mean, if HawK pushed right now, Starbuck is really bruised on a lot of units. Imagine if he had gotten heal wards from the mercenary camp earlier. Starbuck would be real happy. Mana Stone's great too, but this is going to be what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At least 5 salves, maybe just 4 if he doesn't want to. If he lets Troll Regen do its work. Now he's got to salve the Grunt, got to salve this Raider. It's gonna be 2 full sets of salves here. Let's go for Shamans now that we're getting a little bit later into the game and the expansion didn't pay off. So he needs more of a stable army than to just rely on the momentum of 2 base. Starbuck under a lot of pressure. Speed scroll away. But he just needs to heal up. Spirit Lodge really not going to pay off, but 1 Shaman at least. Man, everything's so low, dude. This might be 1-0 for HawK. Surprised with how much creeping Starbuck managed to do that he's in this rough of a position. Did he already burn his heal scroll? No, he's still got the heal scroll. Just focusing that Mountain King. Slow on both raiders. Stomp again. Heal scroll used for both players. Great micro from Starbuck so far. Jesus. Mana Stone. Really, really fantastic micro from Starbuck in this fight. Look at the control on the low units as well. The raider's still alive. TC positioning is fantastic. Now goes for the Archmage. Potion forced. TC doesn't have another stomp currently. Just really great micro. I don't think Starbuck's actually lost anything yet. TC, invis again. There is a stomp. But there's no chain lightning follow-up. Doesn't have dust. Look at, he's continuously using the raiders that are low to secure kills. This was just an out-microing of insane proportions by Starbuck to stay alive here. But again, Orc healing Omega Lol. Does he have enough salves to recover because he doesn't have shop control? Krunt, saved by the Zeppelin. He didn't lose anything there. HawK did lose a few things. He definitely lost the fight. But he's got the Priests, he's got the Aura, he's got the much easier way of recovering. Imagine if he had another heal ward now. But yeah, that micro is very impressive by Starbuck. Very, very impressive. HawK double heal scroll, fully recovered. But look at the Mount King's experience. He wasn't able to finish off any of those kills, so he's struggling to get level 3. No reinforced defenses, but it's on the way. Starbuck almost 4-4. Stormbolt. Potion forced. Doesn't get the in-snare, or else he would have killed the MK. All he needed to do was get that in-snare, but the invis has been fantastic. Again, invis on this rifle. We're talking a lot about Starbuck's micro, but the invis has saved a lot of units. Starbuck holds on, and he finally loses a singular unit. Goes right back up to 50. Both players. A great game from these two. Very competitive. HawK needs to get some creeping. Big time. Because these hero levels are getting uncontestable pretty soon.
A player's forces are under attack.
What's up, Colas? How you doing, man? Starbuck well aware of the game that he's playing right now, the hero level advantage that he has, the struggle that HawK is going to have to creep up his MK, and now he's stealing away creep camps. I wonder, will he... No, he's not going to cross map because they're going to meet each other right here. What does he get? Greater mana. I think Starbuck needs healing, not mana. He's got a mana stone and a greater mana now. But he needs health items. Wouldn't one Witch Dock be good for wards? If only you could get heal wards on tier 2. Unfortunately, they're sort of in that Goldilocks zone where it would be too broken on tier 2, and it's too weak on tier 3. We need a tier 2.5 for heal wards. And yeah, Starbuck not going to be able to go tier 3 this game. Oh, for you mean for the invis you're talking about, not a heal ward. Yeah, not a bad idea. I think he'll just get dust now, though. Yeah, he does have dust, which is good enough. But yeah, Witch Doctors are good for that, too.
Under siege.
Sorry, my roommate just brought me breakfast. I might be eating a little bit on stream here. They probably bacon and eggs. The sick son of a gun. Anyway, great game from these two. Starbuck trying to hold on yet again. Grunt gonna come out, hopefully in a good position for Starbuck. Ooh, positioning on the headers is quite nice, so the clap didn't land. Starbuck is barely holding on. He's got double heal scroll. Clap on the peons. Heal scroll used. HawK so far. Good micro to avoid the stomps. Chain lightning. Heal scroll. TC with no real good way of healing right now. He's got no salves, no potion. Invol's not going to save him forever. Invis again. HawK has a TP. He might need to use a heal scroll here in a second. Chain Lightning again. Archmage, Dust of Appearance, TP immediately. Mountain King just needs more mana, man. Just needs more mana. 52 versus 53. Very competitive game. The hero levels have been holding HawK back, but he's starting to catch up now if we look at the experience. Blizz would be number 1. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad call. Especially with how passive the Raiders have been forced to be. And the amount of headrunners we still have. Creeping continues, which is going to be advantageous for both players at this point, really. Starbuck looking like level 5 is a reality for the TC. And HawK, well, level 4 for the Archmage around the corner.
A player's forces are under attack.
Red camp going to be crept now. But will it? Invis, Mountain King coming in. Starbuck seems to have a sense of what's going on here. Did we get Blizzard retrain? No, not quite yet. Positioning, improving for the Orc. Where's the clap going to land? He wants it right here. That'd be the juiciest on the Kodo. Zeppelin comes in to save the day. Oh, tries to kill the Mountain King, but the invul preemptively. Clap, not the juiciest, is it? But still pretty good. Again, we go for the Archmage. Again, the TP's going to be forced. No, it's just dead. Dude, the nuke is pretty crazy. Doesn't seem like the strongest combo to kill a hero, but it really is. And now the Mountain King is going to die as well. Is there dust? There isn't, so the Mountain King might be able to get away, but that Archmage loss might be too much because the hero levels for Starbuck are insane. Oh, nice purge on the slow. Going for a Rifleman. Yep. Can he re-ensnare? Does. Just a lot of really, really nice plays from Starbuck.
A player's forces are under attack.
Surely wasn't eating bacon there. Surely wasn't. Raider dead to the red camp. A bit silly, but it's okay because the expansion's coming up. HawK kept his Mountain King alive. His Archmage is back. Is there some playability left in this game? Both below 50. Dust. He's afraid of an Invis TC because a Stomp would have killed everything. Breakers in the front are helping. If there's an Ensnare, could... The Invis have been crazy valuable this game for HawK. Really making an argument to utilize Sorks more with this game. Stomp again. Mountain King needs to be Invised again and Heal Scroll. The micro on point for both. Was there scrambled eggs? Yeah, scrambled eggs on toast and some bacon. Very nice. Very nice roommates I have. Oh, Archmage lives that time. One more auto attack would have sealed the deal for this game, probably. But HawK, god damn it, he's holding on. With everything he's got, he's holding on. Red camp. Again, was this attempt number 4, attempt number 5? First the Creepjack that lost the Archmage for HawK, then the Raider lost, then the Creepjack for Starbuck. They lost the TP for HawK. Now Starbuck finally gets it. HawK gonna go for the other red. Captain America mask. +5 agility, +5 strength. Fantastic. Double towers. feel like Tower's underrated for pro orc players. I like seeing Starbuck building a couple of those bad boys. Starbuck a little bit of a bad boy himself, you know? You can tell him I said that, you know? I called him a bad boy. Archmage doesn't want this solo experience. The Mountain King definitely wants all this experience here. He will come back and he's going to run the Archmage away. Okay, Mountain King will at least get level 4. Endurance Sword is fantastic. And Expo's up like the shop positioning too. The towers are well positioned. The shop's well positioned. Starbuck knows what he's doing here. We need some heal scrolls. Luckily, we have no lumber and all gold right now. Main bases are out. This is it. I can't believe we made it to this point. I didn't think this game was going to go on for that long, but we're at the 23-minute mark somehow, guys. And that's why Starbuck is towered up twice. That's why Starbuck's being passive here. He just has to chill. HawK has to break him. It's going to take a big play for HawK to win this game. Starbuck seems to be in a checkmate position. Nothing feels better than to know you just gotta wait. Mountain King has to do some heavy lifting at the 24-minute mark nearly. The towers are so good, and Starbuck just gonna let them work. Chain Lightning, towers, waiting to engage in, and just goes for the MK. Invis again, but that might be the last time Invis is going to save HawK this game. Very competitive game, though, gotta say. But I think this is going to be the end. Heal Scroll used, Invis used. But now that MK has to hide forever. Maybe a TC kill? There's a Potion of Vulnerability, of course, but could be a play. Yeah, the second he breaks out of Invis, he's going to get stomped. He's very cognizant of that. Did he just dodge the Invis Mountain King's bolt? I think he did. Starbuck with some serious plays in this game. There's the clap now that the TC is in a worse position. Re-Invis again. HawK really microing as best he can. But there is the stomp. The most insane stomp we've ever seen in our lives. And that's going to be 1-0. A very well played game from both. Starbuck with some fantastic micro. HawK really almost weaseling his way into a TC kill at the end. Respect that game from both. Well played. I asked Starbuck, I was like, was that an Invis bolt dodge? And he goes, yup. And he goes, I'm the medallion wearing stallion. Only the peak performance is what he said. Giga Chad. Although I did feel a little bit bad asking in front of HawK. It's kind of toxic of me to say that in the lobby when HawK is there. Starbuck, you know that really sick play you made at the end of the game? I probably shouldn't have said anything. I'm sorry, HawK. I apologize. But, you know, I had to ask. 1-0 for Starbuck, but not without a great performance from HawK in game one. Very impressed. Got bacon everywhere. But don't worry, I certainly won't be taking some bites of this breakfast throughout this next game. I certainly won't trust that even though the camera won't be on me, I certainly wouldn't break the professionalism of the stream by eating bacon and eggs while casting game 2 here. How could I? How could I even think to do that? Here's game number 2 on Concealed Hill. Upper right, here's HawK. I hope we see a little bit of Mountain King. It will be Archmage game 2, and from Starbuck, Farseer with a grunt opener this time. So Starbuck will probably go for this camp first. But I do question of if he wants to allow HawK to potentially creep this, but with the footman positioning, I think we can safely assume HawK is not going to go for that lab. 2 farm with tower again, like game 1. Early game felt quite good for HawK, but he didn't get a lot done at the end of the day, right? Like, he put a lot of damage on a lot of units, but he didn't kill many. And he did get those expansion cancels, but he also gave up a lot of creeping, which ended up winning Starbuck the game, those hero levels later on. So hard to say where it went wrong exactly for HawK, what mistakes he made, but we can definitely say there were some things to improve. And actually Starbuck, with that grunt, going straight in. Doesn't actually want to creep. This is Wyverns. I highly, highly doubt that, but we will see. Oh, farm block. Attempting. Now tower block. Maybe this grunt could get surrounded. Nice attempt from HawK. But that is delaying the tech. Pretty huge, actually. In an ideal world, HawK would like to already be teching, which he will be pretty soon, but... Now I'm curious if it is Wind Riders. I really, really doubt that it is. But you seem like you got some special knowledge there, HawkEye. Ensnare has yet to be used. Will be used on the grunt now. It was out of range. And HawK should just auto attack it. He can kill it if he just auto attacks it. This crab is ruining everyone's day. It was blocking the right side of that surround.
A player's forces are under attack.
Cloak of Shadows is so good on this map for this exact reason. You can even heal during the daytime with it. And you will always have priority at the fountain with the cloak. Starbuck is not allowed to heal here because of that cloak. And that grunt in kind is not allowed to heal either. Where did it go? There it is. Trading, but again, only one of these two is allowed to heal at the fountain. I was wrong as usual. Oh, well, that's a sad day. TC. Spirit Lodge. Bestiary. Not too uncommon on this map. Oh, he uses the dust. He's going to force the TP. Spicy play there from Starbuck saying, I know you got the cloak, but what if I just auto-attack you with my whole army? Funnily enough, though, if he had been at the back of the fountain, that play probably doesn't work. But it's okay for HawK. He had a good early game where he kept the Farseer low. He kept the Farseer busy. He didn't allow him to creep level 2, so The hero levels aren't going to get as out of control as they did game 1, surely. He says now at the 5-minute mark. Catch me in a half an hour saying, oh yeah, TC hits level 10.
A player's forces are under attack.
And will we go for an expansion this time around? Generally, if you're going to go for a Spirit Lodge, it means you won't go for an expansion really that early at all. But who knows? Maybe Starbuck will show me something different. Put them in Scouts. Was looking for a cheeky salve cancel, but wasn't able to. Mountain King out in a second.
A player's forces are under attack.
Claws plus 12 is quite nice for that Archmage there. Farseer, just doing some scouting. So it's one more charge of that dust. And the expansion now comes up. It's like 2 minutes later than it was on game number 1, for reference. It's about a 5-minute expansion on Autumn Leaves. TC close to level 3. Potion of Vulnerability Heal Scroll. And we'll get level 3 off Water Elementals now. That's going to mean actually a very winnable fight all of a sudden. Oh, we can see this game ending very quickly now. There's no TP for HawK, and he's trapped here. Goes for the Hail Mary, goes for the Focus Fire. If he can force the TP, maybe he can cancel the expansion, but GG is called. 2 out of position. No Expo cancel was possible. And Starbuck gets the 2-0. Nice try to HawK. Game 1 was very, very solid. And now we go into our second Night Elf Mirror of the day. And then winner of that will be playing Starbuck in the finals in a best of 5. Excuse me. So we will let them get vetoes done. I'll take a 4.5-minute break to certainly not eat this avocado scrambled eggs toast that was put in front of me. And we'll be back with a Night Elf Mirror. Soyma versus DiSe. Winner of that up against Starbuck in a best of 5. Should be fantastic games all around. Looking forward to it. We'll be right back in 4.5 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. DiSe vs. Soyma coming up. Apparently, we have to play on BNet because War 3 Champions, DiSe can't even get on it at all. So hopefully BNet is a just god for us today. We'll see. We will see what happens. It's been a long time since I've joined a custom game on BNet, though. I'll tell you that much for free. Let's see. I'll try and get DiSe to add me to friends. There we go. Accepted. Online. There we go. All right, let's see. Well, that didn't work. Just trying to figure out how to get into a game on BNet. Sorry, guys. It's going to take a minute. There we go. All right, we are loading into our BattleNet game. I wonder how this will differ. Might not be the War 3 Champions map, so might be a couple differences in that, but overall should be okay. Okay. Now let's find out if our overlay works on BNet. I'm pretty sure it does. Yeah, it does. Oh, we get some different colors, don't we? Okay, here we go, everybody. Game number 1. DiSe versus Soyma on Concealed Hill. Upper right in the red is DiSe, and in the, what is this? The teal, the green, the light green, the dark green. We have Soyma, a very fitting color for a night elf, don't you think? Another night elf mirror, but maybe different styles of play we'll see from these two compared to Soyma and Sonic earlier. Wouldn't mind seeing the Chim Roost mirror again, though. That was a lot of fun. But it will be Soyma going for the Priestess, DiSe going for the Demon Hunter. Sonic kind of got tricked by the Demon Hunter earlier, didn't he? He was a little bit overreacting, going for the Tinker, going for the extra archers, not taking tier 3. And then boom, Soyma placed down a Tree of Life. And that was unbreakable with how cautious Sonic had been. Maybe DiSe will be a little bit more active in his scouting for the potential Tree of Life. We'll see. All will soon be revealed.
A player's forces are under attack.
New Gamba? Oh yeah, good call. We'll do a quick one. Hold up. Who win? Who win? Soyma. DiSe. 30 seconds. Go, go, go.
A town is under siege.
Alright, ring for the demon, ring for the priestess. Going to be better for the demon hunter, of course, but experience more important for the priestess, I feel like, than items. You want level 3, ideally. Notice the wisp positioning for DiSe. This is one of the few places to put a Tree of Life. You can put it here, you can put it here, or you can literally put it in your base. And this wisp will be able to scout all 3 of those. Demon going to see the second Ancient War. Could go for a cancel. Wouldn't be impossible, but just going to drain the Moonwells for now. Does see that there's no tier 2 tech at least. Look at the value from the wisp. A little bit of a block there, and then we'll continue scouting for the tree.
Forces are under attack.
Already some nice improvements by DiSe. Is playing Demon Hunter and Night Elf Mirror sort of like playing Ted Fiends in Undead Mirror? Like when you guys play Night Elf on ladder, is every Elf Mirror just Potom versus Potom? Like every Undead Mirror is probably like Criplord versus Criplord or Dreadlord versus Dreadlord on ladder for you Undead players? Is that kind of what it's like, or is it different for Night Elf than it is for Undead? Because my experience is there's only one person on the entire ladder other than me that plays Ted Fiends and Undead Mirror. Surely there's more people that play Demon Hunter and Mirror, right? This takes a lot of damage there. Usually DH versus DH for me, honestly. Oh, it's DR Mirror these days. Oh yeah, probably true, yeah. War 3 Champions is the only thing people play on. There's quite an active scene on BNet, but War 3 Champions is the better ladder, objectively, so... I feel like the only reason people play on BNet is if they're unaware of War 3 Champions, or banned. Most are just unaware, though, I think, War 3 Champions. Oh yeah, I see why you might want to play 4v4 on Battle.net. I can get that just for 1v1 I'm talking about, which is what I play. Yeah, I can understand why you'd want to play 4v4 on BNet. I don't blame you there. I don't blame you at all. 2v2 is also quite a bit more active on BNet. But the quality of games isn't necessarily that good, from my experience. A little bit of a creepjack. Archers out of position. Very difficult to run away from the Huntresses, but Drunken A is going to help. Notice the difference between DiSe and Sonic from earlier. Panda is going to be a lot better later on than a Tinker is going to be. But a Panda might be slightly worse versus an All-In. But it's a nice balanced hero in that respect. Is human just mass griffins versus most comps? Versus undead, a lot of the time it is these days. Versus orc, oftentimes it will be if you get an expansion up. And versus night elf, if you play Mountain King first, you will play dragon hawks and griffins. So it's not uncommon, it's quite common, but not versus everything always. Griffins are, though, one of the best units in the game, so... Like, for Undead, the best unit's Destroyer. For Orc, the best unit's Raider. For Elf, the best unit's Bear. And for Human, the best unit's Griffins. And people tend to just mass the best unit a lot of the time. Makes sense, right? Against Orc Chainmiko on this particular map is going AM footy, no expo, and fast Griffins. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. One base Griffins is a thing as well. We saw Grubby versus TH recently was one base Griffins on this map. I think Neo casted that yesterday. Makes sense since there's a low food cap. Yeah, for sure. It's not necessarily the late game armies that are the most interesting part about Warcraft. It's how you're able to get to those late game armies and what you do to get there that makes the game really interesting. and how you deal with those super strong late game armies if they do manage to get there, because of course heroes can counter any sort of unit if used correctly. Drunken Haze putting in some work. Ancient of War in a perfect position. Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire. Potom is just soaking up the damage. The Potom is just dead. I mean, Tavern Revive or call GG, I guess. That's really all you can do. Okay, is going to Tavern Revive. 1 AP seems like it will get up. Demon Hunter has a heal scroll still. Oh, Glaive Thrower's here. Demon Hunter does burn that heal scroll. Map Heaven, how you doing? Thank you for the 22 months. Appreciate that. With the primer. Autumn is going to die again. And GG's going to be called. It's going to be 1-0. Yeah, if only the Potom hadn't died the first time, I think he just slightly missmicroed. But DiSe with a really nice defense there. Ancient of War was already in position to cancel the APs. It was just clean. Just clean game from DiSe. As expected from his skill. His level of play these days. And that's 1-0. Winner of this, by the way, is going to go up against Starbuck. So I hope Starbuck's ready to play on BattleNet. If this trend continues. Just waiting for game 2 to be hosted. Takes a little bit longer on BNet, of course. Oh, there we go. All right. There we go. Third time's the charm. And we go into... Sorry. We go into Shallow Grave next. I need some water. Big time. All right. Let's see, will Soyma go to Demon Hunter now? I mean, he beat Sonic and Demon Hunter Mirror earlier. It wasn't a very standard game, but played very well. Here we go, game number 2. And the upper left dice. Again, going for Altar. No Tavern Hero. Shenanigans this day. No, sir. Probably Demon Hunter for both, right? Yep, Demon Hunter for both. Pretty standard stuff. We'll see if there's any sort of fast expansion play. I wouldn't mind just seeing a good old standard Bearmere. I like it, man. I have some fun with standard Bearmere. But I'll let the players reveal. So I'm just going to need to use all the tricks up his sleeve here because this is a difficult match. DiSe really doesn't screw around. He is damn good. Damn good that even Starbuck should be a little bit afraid in the grand finals, which is, there's not many players you can say that to Starbuck about. But first we'll see if Soyma can make it happen in game 2. Lightning Shield for both. Pretty clean for both. This Ogre needs to be repositioned for both. But it's okay. Whatever. And more or less seamless over here. A little bit faster for DiSe. But it's okay. Clean for both players. Ring versus Claws. Ring is going to be better, but not by a ton. Okay, maybe by a ton. Love the active Wisp scouting for both players. Wisps have really good movement speed, so if microed properly, they should never really die in the early game. Unless there's Coil or Windwalk or stuff like that, but in Night Elf Mirror, hell no. Against a Demon Hunter, you should be able to do this for the entire early game if you have the APM. And you're able to pull it off. Should have full vision at all times. Because look, it's just going to run away. And do you really want to chase this all the way across the map? No, sir. Damn, this is ambitious. I'll pick up a Priest. A Berserker will spawn in a second here. Abolish on the inner fire. Yeah, DiSe with the better creep route if he gets away with it, which it seems like he will. Berserker should be available before this camp is done. And Soyma will also go for it, but a little bit later. Maybe his timing to do it is actually better. Because he'll be able to just grab the Berserker right away, and he's got a healthier Demon Hunter with another item. Yeah, Soyma's going to be able to creep this just way easier. Way less of a headache. DiSe never even got the Berserker. Did get a greater heal, however. Soyma as well with a greater heal. Wisp Scout. Boots for DiSe. And a relatively neutral game so far of creeping. But Soyma did get one more extra camp. Uses an illusion to scout. Don't think that was really necessary, but well, maybe a little block on the archer. Another mana burn would be fantastic. Both players will be out of juice. Soyma maybe could have used that well before getting burned, but I actually don't think it matters mathematically. Creeping at the same time for DiSe. He planned all this, didn't he? Sly son of a gun. Talisman of Evasion. He already has that. He's already got that. What the hell? They both got it. Oh, brother. DiSe goes for Keeper. Soyma goes for Naga. You gotta make something happen with Naga, though. Come on, man. Are you kidding me? Come on. Come on. And then, you know, Night Elf players will complain about a -1 agility nerf on Demon Hunter for like the next 8 months, saying every matchup's unwinnable because my Demon Hunter lost 1 agility. And this friggin' guy is not picking up the tome. You guys know I'm right. You guys know that Night Elf players would complain for the next year if Demon Hunter got nerfed by 1 agility. You know how I know it's true? Because Orc players did. You have to build a 3rd lore. Nice cancel there from DiSe. So I'm gonna get in a creep camp. It's an Ankh. Gives it to the Naga. Both lores gonna get canceled. Really good play here from DiSe. Just gonna be far ahead in macro now. Even his tech is ahead. Soyma pushing in with better hero levels, better items, but with a worse future if it continues neutral.
A player's forces are under attack.
Because, of course, those lures were delayed heavily and continue to be delayed heavily. I can't believe DiSe found that. Nice awareness. I feel like DiSe is just going to snowball with the lures. Just going to have way more stuff. With the Naga, high level, or higher level at least. Let's see. There is full mana on the Priest, so abolish on the Entangle could have happened.
A player's forces are under attack.
Triad focus. Both Triads gonna die. Not the quickest micro there from DiSe. And Soyma finally rebuilding that lore. They're both losing everything here. Greater heal burned. There is greater heal and an Ankh. Let's not forget. Ankh will be used in a second. Last cold arrows will kill that archer. Denied, at least. They both just sort of lost everything, but now there's bears to replace the other stuff. That was an advantageous fight for DiSe. So he doesn't have any of that null dead supply. Just can build bears, which is what we want, especially with a keeper.
A player's forces are under attack.
Two Night Elves micro. Are we men or are we Devo? Boots Cuff lost, fantastic.
Player's forces are under attack.
Not enough respect put on Devo's name these days, okay? Same with B52s, okay? We need to get the kids into Devo and B52s, or else we're hopeless with the next generation, okay? Somebody, come on. Parents in the chat. Put a record on. Dang nabbit. Swear to God, if you're a parent and you're listening to Lil Yachty with your 5-year-old, you're doing a disservice to the world, okay? They'll expose themselves to that music, okay? They'll find it themselves. What they're not going to find, they're not going to find, you know, Talking Heads 77 on their own, okay? They're not going to find Modern Lovers, okay? You need to show them that, okay? If you're a parent, you have a duty. They're going to find Cardi B. They're gonna find whatever. They're gonna find all that stuff on their own, okay? Dang nabbit. Helston, dude, he just doesn't run out of healing items, does he? You have a service. You made a promise, Mr. Frodo. A promise.
A player's forces are under attack.
Gotta show him Trout Mask replica. Exactly, dude. You gotta show him Rain Dogs, man. How else are they gonna find Rain Dogs? How are they gonna figure out who Tom Waits is? Maybe they'll see The Outsiders, but he's in, like, that movie for 30 seconds. He just opens the door and he's gone, okay? That's their only exposure to Tom Waits. You can't not let them hear 16 shells from a 30-06 live during big time, okay? They can't not hear that. It's up to you to show them, parents in the chat.
Player's forces are under attack.
Ghoul-splaining best name? That is a fantastic name. Alright, we're into a bear mirror. Not sure. I guess he wanted to counter the Zeppelin with the Ancient of Wind. Seems like an overreaction, but overreaction, I've learned with my years in this game, it is better to overreact to things. Exaggerate things is a good way to play, in my opinion. If you need one Wisp to counter something, bring 3. Always exaggerate counters. It'll get you out of tricky situations more often than not. One bear gonna go down to the entangle. React just right in time, just for free win in my bit. Yeah, just play perfectly. Is what you're saying. Gotcha, gotcha. Fork lightning. One bear might go down, entangle again. It is Thorn's Aura level 2, by the way, so big return damage right now. Listen to Songs of Resistance by Mark Rebo. Tom Waits is on it. Yeah. Mark Rebo's my favorite guitarist, actually. Good shout, dude. Love Mark Rebo. Los Cubanos Hermanos. Incredible. Respect. Someone say a Mark. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, that's what our kids need to know about. Mark Rebo, dude. God, you should get VIP'd for mentioning that name in the chat. If only it was mine to give, I would give it just for that. Moonwell's being soaked up. 48 versus 50 supply. Solid game from Soyma. Seems to have much better success with the Demon Hunter mirror. Needs to be confident in himself, I feel like. Doesn't have to play the bottom. The town thing, what's up, dude? They were the 50 months. Really, he was playing in Vienna and just found out afterwards. Maybe really sad. Yeah, his live performances are tad weird. I will give him that. But I like his like studio stuff with like Elvis Costello and Tom Waits. And like his Cuban music, I really like that stuff. But his live stuff is a little avant-garde for me. I'll be honest. But yeah, his guitar playing, my favorite, absolutely my favorite. Anyway, enough about music, okay? I've gotten it out of my system. What's up, K for Lucas? How you doing? I've gotten it out of my system. Positioning a little bit weird here at this choke point. Petrucci for me. He's good. He's good.
A town is under siege.
All right, a little bit of a stalemate here. Perhaps the Zeppelin could block the stalemate. The tree was already attacked earlier. Maybe Soyma fearing that will continue. Demon Hunter comes around the outside. By the way, level 5 versus 4 is a big advantage. It means you just always have burns where your opponent will not. Look at the damage on this demon, though. Holy. Plus 25. But I gotta say, I prefer DiSe's inventory. But this is plus 25 without Roar. Was it like plus 34 with Roar? Don't get me started, Disengage. Don't you dare. That can't be finished up here. Neutral game. But DiSe breaks upkeep first. And still has a bigger bank. Oh, some free wisps. Fairy Dragon just chilling. I mean, I suppose he thought I might as well build a Fairy Dragon. I got the Ancient of Wind. So I'm desperately trying to kill this bear. Does get it with a Fork Lightning. Other one gets staffed out. Maybe the Moonwell into a TP. One Dryad going down. It's clobbering time with that Moonwell. So a bear for a Dryad and a TP and a Moonwell. Acceptable trade, especially seeing as though DiSe broke upkeep much earlier. But now Soyma sees the size of the army, and he breaks with a Chim. But there's already the Ancient of Wind. Maybe he should have tried to kill the Ancient of Wind before TPing out. Mirso Boy, make it stop. You're watching a stream. There's a pause button. Why are you asking me? I'm just here, man. It's all me, man. That's a big bear army. 2-1 upgrades as well. Chim will be out in time. I mean, DiSe is going to have to respect this. He does not yet have a Hippogriff, but he will get one once he sees the Chim. There's that Chim. Okay, here it is. It's going to have huge impact. Make no mistake. But he's got to attack with it if he wants to have impact. Okay, here it is. Terrible positioning, though. Why just put it here, man? What the hell was this? Okay, Moonwell's going to keep it alive for a while. It's only attacked 2 times. There's Rejuve. All the bears getting low for Soyma. He's paid too much attention to the Chim. Not enough to his bears on the ground. Demon Hunter! DiSe, what the hell, man? They both paid too much attention to the Chim. The Chim was the canary in the coal mine. Or whatever. Oh, Demon Hunter. A lot of rings, not a lot of tankiness. What does he swap on the ground? Couldn't you have dropped it a little closer, I ask? 2-0 for DiSe. All right, Grand Finals is going to be DiSe against Starbuck. Worth Champions Finals rematch. True, and a best of 5 as well. All right, what map was that? Shallow Grave. 2-0 for DiSe. All right, seems like we were going to go B-net. Should be all chill. Starbuck seems to be totally fine with playing on B-net, which is nice. I mean, he should be. He plays B-net 2v2s all the time. So we're all good. A little funny to do this on B-net, but it makes sense. Okay, getting some vetoes done. One final series. Could be a long one, though. These guys trade series back and forth. The Warden play from DiSe has been really, really solid recently. The maps allow it. Which, if you ask any Asian Night Elf, then all the maps allow it. Don't forget Grubby. Grubby's a true Night Elf as well. Okay. I think they hosted the wrong Autumn Leaves, but it's all good. we got a rehost there. I think that was the wrong autumn leaves. All right, we will try once more. Most nameless people on KK are actual real players on KK. It was the same thing on NetEase. There's not actually that many unknown people that are that good. There are some players that are really good that you haven't heard of, but they've been playing tournaments for a long time. If you go watch Dolphin Cocoon and a Butterfly, or if you used to watch iFang Cups, like there was an unknown player named Terra120 who used to play iFang Cups back in 2014. That guy? Abraham Lincoln. No, it was 120 before he was really well known. But rarely is there a player that is completely just a random ladder hero that's better than everybody. That doesn't really happen historically. All right, Starbuck versus DiSe. Shout out to all the players for making this easy. DiSe obviously could not play on Worth of Champions, so everyone had to play on BNet versus him, but all the players were very chill about it, which was dope. Everyone's also been here perfectly on time today, so shout out to everyone that played today. Here's our final series, best of 5. Bottom left, here's Starbuck. Upper right here is DiSe. Looking so nice. Will he play Warden on Autumn Leaves? Yeah, he's going to be playing Warden, and that'll probably be the trend throughout the whole series. Warden and Mountain King. If they're doing it on AL, I really imagine they're going to do it on the other maps as well. Who's DiSe? Previously known as, was it Stranic? Why DiSe can't play Worth of Champions? I think just Eastern Europe Worth of Champions is a little whack this week. But it should be fixed pretty soon.
A player's forces are under attack.
Is it Russia? I thought it was all of Eastern Europe. It's just Russia. Pucky's good against Warden? I sure hope so, because DiSe is a pretty solid Warden these days. A lot more practice in it than he once was. And slow start for both. Blind Hunter's Hall as well for DiSe. Oh yeah, predictions. One second, I'm going to follow the Mountain King and do the predictions. This will be for the whole best of 5, so if the Warden all randomly gets Stormbolt surrounded in the next 10 seconds, don't vote for Starbuck just because of that. You guys 1 minute on this one. There you go. Okay, and Starbuck, is he playing one base? He is playing one base. Interesting build, but I like it. It's a good little flowchart. Like, if it's Demon Hunter, Expo, if it's Warden, just play one base MK. High pressure, keep the Warden low experience. And he does actually get the surround, but Shadow Meld available. But yeah, just surround and attack Wisps. Yeah, it's perfect. Just AFK these and just attack the Wisps with Footman. He was too tempted. Does he resurround? Oh, this is excellent from Starbuck. High pressure. DiSe is under already. And it's kind of like having Coil against Wisps. There's no real saving them if you have mana. Almost looking better than an Archmage harass here. A lot of Huntresses coming out, but Starbuck is just tacking. TP sold boots and dust. Now we can start hunting what would be archers in an ideal situation, but Huntress is going to be harder to kill.
Forces are under attack.
Guy saves his mana for next game. So he saves his moon juice for later in this game. But not his wisps. Oh, that's another dead wisp, isn't it? Nope. Does save it. Oh, another wisp. I mean, DiSe is kind of getting ran over here, isn't he? I think I watched this video last night. A lot of wisps going down.
A player's forces are under attack.
Gordon tries to keep on creeping. One footman might go down, but the creeps are still whacking away over here. Bash. Gloves of Haste helping getting a lot of bashes. Warden could be confident with this. I think could go for the Ogre Magi. And yeah, of course, it was a fast tech from Starbuck, so his tier 2's done and his Blood Mage is almost out already. Real simple game plan from Starbuck. Mountain King playing with fire a little bit there. Just waiting. This is advantageous for Starbuck. He's getting ready to push. And level 1 Stormbolt's pretty damn good. If you have infinite Stormbolts, it's going to be a blink. Starbuck just perfectly controlling the game right now. We're going to have heavy armor huntresses in a sec, so ideally doesn't want to lose this one, but Bolt will find the kill. And there's finally the Shadow Strike on the Mountain King. Heavy armor not yet upgraded. Demon Hunter got surrounded somehow. Goes down on level 1. Mountain King might also be dying, though. How the hell did this happen? Shadow Strike. Tried to deny it, actually, but the experience goes to the Warden. Definitely a favored trade there for DiSe, but Moonwell's being soaked up still. Do we have bears? No, we're staying on tier 2. Uh-oh. Rutrow, Raggy. I'm going to be back in 60 seconds. The slow push begins. Oh, Warden doesn't have mana for Blink right now, but the focus fire target swaps, and now Priest dies, Rifleman die, Tower going to be canceled. With that Mountain King loss, this is really opening things up. Banish on one Rifleman, but another one goes down. All of a sudden, DiSe is just turning this around easily, it seems like. Making this look simple to win. And now Blood Mage could be surrounded as well, but could self-banish. Siphoning away the Demon Hunter. Warden comes back in with the last, probably, of the health she'll be able to get. Until nighttime again. Level 3. Can't believe DiSe turned this around. It seemed like an impossible game after the early, but... Heavy Armor Huntresses. And Dryads, a great combination. Shadow Strike just to burn the mana. Starbuck's still trying to fight with his heroes, but everything's out of mana right now, which is actually kind of good for DiSe. Dryad barely lived. There's the mana pot. Blood Mage has no mana to self-banish. He's just dead. And the Mountain King chasing a Dryad that he might not even kill. Wait, speaking of not even kill, Blood Mage will die to the Shadow Strike. Dryad dead to the creeps. Got level 3 off something else, though. I don't know what. Oh, Wisps in the main. And yeah, just Dryads and Hunts. Keep it simple. Now Mountain King again. Getting caught out a little bit. But boots of speed. Okay, Starbuck, how are you going to wiggle out of this one? He's still got a fighting army. Putting over here. And just to get away, they were hunting Wisps in the main base. What's up, say so? Let's put him going to go down. Good experience for the Demon Hunter. Especially if he gets in range of these creeps. But the Warden also working her way up to level 4. Alright, what is the play for Starbuck now? Blood Mage is about to be out again. Riflecaster, pretty strong army. Especially if he gets level 3 on the Blood Mage. Gonna look pretty strong. But Mana Burn level 2 is key against Blood Mage. So good. As the children would say these days, it's Kino. I don't know when people started saying that, but I don't really like it. To be honest with you, I don't really like it. Tree of Life. Of course, he's still on tier 2, so it makes sense to go for a Tree of Life.
Players' forces are under attack.
That must just be in Canada? I've heard it online. For real, for real. No cap. Heard it online. Alright. DiSe has to not lose heroes. I'll say that much. He definitely can. Banish, Bolt, Siphon. Gonna be very possible to lose this Warden or even the Demon Hunter. He's gotta be careful. Level 2 mana burn's nice. That heal ward position's also fantastic. Bar in the back. Not killing it yet. This heal ward has gotten a lot of value. Oh, the micro for DiSe was just not great here. Not great at all. The heal ward's been up the whole time. Demon Hunter's dead. Oh, DiSe. I don't know what happened there, but he fell apart a little bit at the seams. Starbuck just remained calm despite the early game, despite all the losses. He just chilled, stabilized, crept. And now Starbuck's probably winning this game. Or will it turn around again on its head? Warden will get level 4. Starbuck might find the tree. No, Starbuck just going to push the main instead. Probably wishes his tower had a peasant next to it right now. Warden gonna just counterattack into the main. This is a great play for DiSe. This is forcing Starbuck back. Starbuck with no TP though. This is forcing a. This is a base race. This is a base race. Oh, Starbuck has a shop nearby. He can buy a TP, but he can't afford a TP. He can sell the heal wards and a couple of other items and buy a TP. This is getting interesting. Demon Hunter might get out. This tree unscouted, already rebuilding Moonwells over here. 100% Just shutting this down. Starbuck should TP after killing the Moonwells, though, right? He just needs to sell some items. Heal Ward is going to give him, what, like 100 gold? For one of them? It'd be like 70? Did buy a TP. There we go. Trying to kill the main first. I don't know if he'll have the time for that. But perchance. Warden may be looking for peasants. TP back. Oh, Shadow Meld. So main is dead, but the lores are up and the economy's even, and Moonwells are more or less rebuilt. You can't just say perchance. That is a funny thing to say, never subs. Where is the Warden right now? There she is.
A player's forces are under attack.
You plop down protectors if you're Night Elf. Is there a Hunter's Hall still? There is. Okay, Starbuck coming in with Dust. That is 2 hunts for free, but a lot of time bought, which is what DiSe kind of needs right now. Time to recover. Level 5 Mountain King. Yeah, we're not going to see much of a fight anymore for DiSe. He's got to just hit and run. He's got Blink. He probably should retrain into Fan. And then he can shut down the economy. I really feel like that is the move. And, you know, I hate to say it, but double Sapper, looking like a possibility. Because he cannot fight. Oh, he's about to lose his Warden. Never mind. If out, is he going to blink dodge? Has to. Does. Into the main, but right into the whole human army. Wasn't expecting that now, was he? Gets out alive, though. Alright, tree is up again. This expansion is fully mining, so the economy, make no mistake, is even. Warden needs to retrain. That's the play. That's the play for DiSe. Warden harass. Because he's not going to win a fight. I'll say it again. He's about to lose. Oh, no, he's got staff in a second. I thought he was going to bolt the Warden. That would have been hilarious. Just trying to make space. The longer he can mine on 2 base, the closer he can get to a win condition, I feel like. Because Mass Dryas is going to be not too bad. Uh-oh. Detonates? Doesn't matter. We are dead. Push invulnerability is here. We'll need to use it at the next bolt. It just dies to an auto attack. Whoops. That's going to be 1-0. Fun game. Bit of a weird ending, but an interesting game for sure. And that was Autumn Leaves. Excuse me. Oh, I joined the wrong game? What the hell? Okay. Loading into game 2 on Tidehunters. Let's see how these guys decide to play game 2, because that was very different, I think. If you're anything of an experienced viewer, you probably know that game was a little bit weird there, no doubt. I'm not sure, Alltower. Here we go. Here's game number 2. Best of 5, don't forget. So even if Starbuck wins here, it's not quite over. See what the hero choices are. Archmage this time around. And Warden again. Let's see how DiSe plays differently against the Archmage. Might be a welcome sight. Wouldn't be surprised to see one base again, though, despite the different hero choice for Starbuck. A little bit of a water break here, everybody. Has Gravy not played Back to Warcraft? He's played the weekly a couple times. It just starts earlier than his stream starts. I'm sure if the weekly cup started at noon, he would probably play it on occasion. But you'd have to change the stream schedule to play it, so. Of course, I'm talking my time zone. If he started his stream at 7 p.m. CET instead of 9 p.m., he would probably play it on occasion. Because he has.
A player's forces are under attack.
Okay, Archmage doing some creeping. No suggestion as to what the play for Starbuck is just yet. For DiSe, it's going to be creep, 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 unless there's an expo, and then maybe a little bit of harass mixed in. But for the most part, just try to get to level 3 that he couldn't get in the early game of last. Starbuck played Orc versus HawK.
Town is under siege. Player's forces are under attack.
Farm for the AP Scout, and Militia for the Expo. We are going to see a 2-base against Warden. I think 2-base against Warden is a lot more exciting to watch than 1-base versus Warden. IMO. Both players with a lot of playability. Although I do like Mountain King 2-base against Warden most of all. But Archmage is fun too, I guess.
A player's forces are under attack.
Archmage getting some good experience. Warden as well. Talisman. It's not a pendant, but it'll do. Sells it for the circlet. Apparently it will not do. Goes towards the expansion, saving the skill point as always, but we'll probably go for Fan once he knows he can get some peasants. But look at the Sim City for Starbuck. Wouldn't be surprised to see 0 peasants die here to this Warden. This is how you do it, human players. Take notes. Okay, he's going to lose a couple.
Player's forces are under
1. Should lose 1. Yep, there we go. Another Fan would kill 1 more. Oh, he's got to go for the tower repair now. He's also pressuring the main. This is more fun to watch, though.
under siege.
Tower canceled. He's giving up the expo? No, he's just microing the low peasants away. They can't fit back here. Oh, it's getting a little messy for Starbuck. Don't take notes, okay? Erase your notes. Delete your notes. Delete the Notes app off your phone. If you're reading this, it's too late. That's what you have to say to yourself.
A town is under siege.
In the main base, I don't even know what the hell has happened. Probably a lot, but I was more interested in the Warden. Moonwell's nearly empty. Wisp count 15, so he's got a lot of lumber wisps. I wouldn't say he's taking too much economic damage. It looks like DiSe is ahead. Stats back to Warden, slow down the expansion, huge.
A player's forces are under attack.
And Warden a couple of kills and she'll be level 3. And tier 2 is now done. Starbuck finally finishing his expo. Oh, even repairing it. That's probably an accident. And Warden goes back in. Again, another game that looks good for DiSe. But we said that on Autumn Leaves, didn't we? And the pressure's still happening in the main base, so... Starbuck with some serious room to play, despite taking a lot of damage. Tinker second, that's a nice choice. He knows it's going to be one of these sort of games. And Starbuck has to respect this. He's either got to go full all in on this base, or go back and fully defend. He's got 2 options. They're both 100%. You can't do any half measures at this point. Especially once this Warden gets level 3. As Big Daddy Kane once said, there's no half-stepping. You know what I'm saying? Staffing back that Archmage. Pocket Factory putting in some work. There's going to be another one where that came from, though. Oh, Tinker did eventually get surrounded. Second Pocket Factory, maybe? No. So I don't know how he let that happen. He must have just not realized. Job canceled. That's unfortunate. Warden's so close to level 3.
A player's forces are
Archmage just actually managed to tech. They got enough peasants. In fact, plenty of peasants. 9 on lumber. Warden almost level 3. Here we go. And then the Tinker's going to come back, and we got to do some sort of a big play. If the Tinker had lived and set up a second Pocket Factory, it would have been pretty good for DiSe. Warden, will there be an early retrain? Oh, he went, he already went fan, so he's good. He's okay. Doesn't have as much mana as I'd like to see, but tower cancel is a possibility with 3 archers. We'll see how quick the repair is for Starbuck. He could put Pocket Factory there and then attack the tower, and it might blockade the repairing peasants a little bit. Triple water elemental. Sweet Jesus. Warden should easily defend here with level 3. Pocket Factory actually did quite a bit of damage to that Archmage. And all the archers lived. And what will be the play for Starbuck? With this amount of towers, I gotta feel like it's gonna be tier 3, right? I think that's the only way. And Tinker's not that bad later on. You can retrain into rockets, but it's gonna have to be a double retrain. Because we need blink and we need rockets. But double AoE, just like the Panda once was. Tinker can also fill that void. Wonder if he'll go rockets right away anyway. Maybe he will. Save himself kind of a retrain. Nope. Stay in Pocket Factory for now. Engineering upgrade's also cool. It gives you movement speed, which is pretty dope. What is this, Baywatch? Water on water action here. What the hell? Jumping the shark over here. Warden getting close to level 4. Towers up at each base, and yeah, tier 3 tech. Wonder what the actual army composition will be for Starbuck. There's a few options. We'll see. Wand of Mana Ceiling. Fan. This will be level 4 off this Footman. Deny. This one's going to get denied too. Oh, no. High roll. And now level 2 Shadow Strike. Oh, double Water Elementals. Nice chunk of experience. Tinker creeping in the meantime to get level 3. Nice multitasking as long as he doesn't lose his Warden. Which he'll be fine. Tier 3 almost done for DiSe as well. Playable game here for both.
A player's forces are under attack.
Advantage Starbuck, but totally winnable for DiSe. With these hero levels especially. He's going to continue pushing the hero level advantage. I like this play. As tempting as it might be to go pressure the base with a Tinker and, you know, Fan of Knives, you're going to get more value out of just mass creeping and then double retrain. Looks like Starbuck's picking up the scraps right now. Yeah, look at the creep. This is a great play from DiSe. He's got the Wisp to make sure that Starbuck can never creep this. Starbuck's going to be limited to greens and maybe the red if he gets lucky. Insatiable Nico, they were the 50 months. How you doing? Appreciate that 50 months. Did he just deny creep? No, he didn't. Okay, good. Think you're going to get level 4 in a second. Mountain King struggling to get level 2. Ooh, Water Elemental for free as well. More experience.
A player's forces are under attack.
Just keep on creeping, DiSe. That's the play. Who cares how much gold you have if you have no heroes? This game is about heroes. Starbuck, what are you going to do? Do you just... If he goes for the red, he's just accepting that he's never going to get these or this if he goes for the red. Which, that means that's it for his experience. That's all he's going to ever get. Breakers, Knights. Seems to be the army. No workshop unit yet. No workshop units yet, I should say. Did retrain to blink, but 3 towers makes it tough. Couple of peasants. Starbuck is getting the lab. Guys should get a couple more and get out soon. Deny on the tower. He's got to staff out, man. With that Shredder attacking him and the towers, he might die before he can blink out. Or before he can staff out, rather. If he saves up for enough mana to blink, he'll get out in time. Another deny. Oh, Tinker. Caught out of position. Items on the ground. Uh-oh. And a Tree of Life. Didn't notice that one. Maybe DiSe flying a little too close to the sun here. Warden did staff out. Warden's back. Tinker's almost level 5. But he doesn't have cluster rockets just yet. I mean, Pocket Factory level, like, 4 Pocket Factory, essentially, is really, really, really good, though. Like, just pay attention to the damage the Clockwork Goblins are doing. Look at this number go up. Because Tinker level 4 is quite ridiculous. But Bear's going to go down. TP out now. And the expansion is saved. What's there left to creep, though? Just a red camp and this green. Oh, and this expansion. There we go. That's enough for 5-5. But more importantly, these are the creeps that Starbuck needs. Actually, he manages to almost get level 3 Mountain King. He's good on levels, I guess. Just seems to be a solid game from both. Level 5 Tinker. I hope he doesn't retrain either. It's a lot more fun to see Pocket Factory at this stage. And against Breakers, like, it's pretty good. Like a full ground army. Normally at this stage, you're up against, like, you know, Mass Griffins or something, or Dragonhawks, but Cluster Rockets is needed. But here, against Knights and Breakers, this Pocket Factory is going to tear him up, man. It's going to destroy him. I can't wait to see it. Oh, you got another Book of Retraining. No! The dream is ruined, everybody. I'm sorry. Imagine Pocket Factory back here, dude. It would have done so much damage. If he loses this fight right here, it's because he retrained. But he's got a lot of Cluster Rockets. And he's going to use them. Bolt. And Knight and Breaker focus. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. And he's got another one where that came from. Tinker has items, but does use them. Okay. Rejuve over top with the Potion of Vulnerability. Cluster Rockets. Seems like it really should be doing more at level 5, don't you think? I mean, it does a lot of damage when you look at it, but... I mean, he did, what, 3,000 damage in that fight, it looked like? Because he was at, what, 2.9? So he did 3.2k in that fight? I mean, that's quite a bit, but... not as much as you'd hope. You want to see a level 5 hero just carry hard. Yeah, I wonder how much a Pocket Factory would have done, just especially to the Breakers. Tree gonna go down. Don't want the wind. Greater heal gonna have to be used in a second. There it is. Want the wind again. And the last Cluster Rockets of the game, potentially. Imagine level 6 Tinker. When was the last time we saw a level 6 Tinker? Then he's gonna have to retrain again to Pocket Factory. And then he's gonna have to start hitting and running. But no, Chi-Ji is called. Tinker, it was fun to see. It was fun to see, but 2-0 for Starbuck. It's truly what we're seeing at the end of the day. Will Starbuck get the 3-0, or is DiSe going to be able to get one? Both games have been close. Seems like we're going to do Shallow Grave. We got to show these pros how good Pocket Factory level 3 with Engineering Upgrade 2 is. I just wish we could see the alternate reality where he puts down a Pocket Factory like behind his tree so it's blocked safely. I just wish we could have seen that. It would have put in work, man. It would have put in work. Getting a little bit of a regame here. But that's all right. I forgive you, DiSe. I forgive you if you win the next game and give us a game 4. How about that? Okay, Shallow Grave. Could be the last game of November, everybody. I guess literally on this channel, eh? Yeah, next stream will be in December. Gonna have to get the Christmas decorations out for the stream next time. Yeah, this could be the last game on Back to Warcraft for November 2025, everybody. Let's see if DiSe can change that. Here's game 3. Bottom right, going to Tavern Hero. Maybe he'll go Tinker first. For the people, he'll show us. Our advent calendar is a thing in Canada. Yeah, they're really expensive, though, man. And I'm an adult, so I can't really get them these days, you know. But they do exist. Upper left to Starbuck. I wonder if he'll go for Mountain King this time around. It's a good map for it. Alrighty. What's your bet? You guys think Firelord? What could I think here? It is Mountain King for Starbuck. Yeah, I agree with the Firelord. Maybe Dark Ranger. Not a bad map for that. And I'm not talking about the new Dark Ranger. I'm talking like Black Arrow Dark Ranger, you know. Let's see. We'll find out in a couple seconds here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and Beastmaster. Seems like he was thinking about it a little bit too. With a Merc camp like this, it's not the worst choice. Starbuck probably going to play one base now, though, that he sees Beastmaster, which he has a footman scouting, so he'll be aware. Oh, Ancient of War. No reason for that one to die. There was only a single footman here by the time it died. That's just a whoopsie. Is this going to be a quick one? Beastmaster without an Ancient of War. And technically without Mercenary Camp access just yet. Ooh, a little bit worried for DiSe here, man. And Starbuck, I think, is going to tech in a second. He's got the resources, too, if he wants to. Beastmaster level 2. Lumber Mill.
A town is under siege.
Is Starbuck all-inning with the Ancient of War kill? If he can steal the Berserker, this game is over. He gets it. He's tower rushing. He's got Scroll the Beast. Okay, Berserker gets ensnared, but what's more important is that DiSe doesn't have it. Scroll the Beast to try to force the TP before the Berserker dies. It will go down. Detonate to get rid of the Scroll the Beast. Militia are in the main, though. Nice micro from DiSe, though. Stabilizing a little bit here. Just needs to get back to his Moonwells. He did buy the other Berserker. Okay. And did he got the other priest? No, that's a wisp. There's another priest available in a second. Power's coming up. Remember, DiSe, what you see in terms of his units is what he has. So he cannot build more units currently. He can summon them, though. Nice use of those abolishes.
Player's forces are attack.
Trees whacking away. Ancient of Wars being built. At this point, you should just build like 4 Ancient of Wars. It's the only real production you can do. I should probably put the bear on the peasants. Berserker's doing a lot of heavy lifting right now for DiSe.
The town is under siege.
Archer does eventually go down, but it was a good distraction. The Berserker's done so much. Imagine if Starbuck had bought both Berserkers. I just think it was a supply thing, though, trying not being able to get this one. Arcane Tower gets up, but we're already out of mana. Potion of Vulnerability still available. Level 3 Mountain King, need to dodge that bolt. Does, point blank. Nicely done. That was the game right there if he didn't dodge that. That's the only bolt we have for a while. Tier 2's done. Double Ancient of War pumping archers. This game's getting interesting. Does he have a shop up? Did he build one somewhere? No. But both heroes are low. Berserker somehow lived. It's probably better to use Moonwells on the units as opposed to the... He's going to try and buy a Priest, I think, just to heal up the Beastmaster. And then use all the Moonwells on units. Very spicy game, but towers are getting up soon.
A player's forces are under attack.
Well, gotta be careful with this Mountain King, man. It's about to get whacked by the Tree of Ages. This Berserker's done a lot, man. It saved him the game. And that bolt dodge. What, 1 tower's up? This one needs to get canceled. 3 towers is too much to deal with, in my opinion. Priest is here to heal up that Beastmaster. 3rd tower's up. And a Clarity Potion can be used. Next bolt will have to be dodged with the TP. Priest in the back. This is pretty nice. Looks cooked. It might be cooked. Oh, sorry. He only just teched right now. I thought he was tier 2. He must have teched and then canceled it. And I thought when he canceled it, tier 2 actually finished. My bad, my bad. Apologies.
Town is under siege.
The only play for DiSe at this point is to get this Hunter's Hall up and then build APs like here and walk them in.
Attack.
The issue is that Beastmaster, very vulnerable now that the Mountain King has mana. Every bolt's a kill. Maybe Mud Golem, Ogre Mauler. There's no gold currently for DiSe, though. One thing going for DiSe, at least, is that the towers aren't in range of the main. They'll kill this Moonwell. They might even kill this altar, but they cannot attack the main just yet.
Forces are under attack.
Oh, Quillbeast and Archer's going to cancel this tower. Nicely done to get that. Unfortunately, can't get this one. Mud Golem as well as Berserker coming in. DiSe is doing a great job. Level 3, no mana, unfortunately. Probably a bear level 2 is the best bet once he gets the mana. It might be worth it to soak up the Moonwells just to get a bear out. Moonwell will die as expected. It does soak up that well. There's the bear level 2. Bolts it immediately, though. Wow. Nice choice from Starbuck to deal with that bear. Hunter's Hall gets up. Now we can get some APs out, possibly. Yep, there's one. This is a crazy game. Starbuck's teching. But DiSe is almost tier 2. What could he... Does he go for Tinker again? He's got the resources for a second hero. Look at the positioning on the Quillbeast as well. Also, importantly, Nature's Blessing at tier 2. And just the tree auto attacks at this point, too, is what he needs. The tree does so much damage. Okay, there we go. Okay, do we get a second hero? He's going to the tavern right now. Beastmaster might need a TP back here, but as long as he buys enough time for the APs to get up. And needs a TP here. Starbuck immediately going to try to cancel the AP. Tinker again coming in. But 1 AP will get up. Not canceled. And the Beastmaster, no, not like this. Not like this. We've come so far to die like this. Tinker comes in. Pocket Factory, Beastmaster, if only the BM lived. Would have been a much different game. 90 seconds till he's back. Is there a world in where Starbuck has to TP out of this? Probably not, right? Maybe if the Ancient War blocks the surround? Is he blocked? He might be blocked. But he's about to have a bolt in a second. Tinker unfortunately got burned by the tower, so he ran out of mana, or else he'd have a second Pocket Factory. Level 5. Oh, Berserker surrounded by peasants. No, cancel the Wisp. Attack him. Attack him with your tree. 35 seconds. Can he live long enough to get his Beastmaster back? Tinker won't take long. Tinker will take 30 seconds as well. So 1 minute and both heroes will be back. Ooh, he should wait at the altar and... Never mind. That was a fun game, though. Well played to Starbuck. Gets the 3-0. Nice try to DiSe today. But Starbuck with the tower rush. Knew he killed the Ancient War. And he knew what the perfect follow-up was. Shout out to all the players. Very easy to organize these as always. Well played to everyone. Nice games. I always like a good tower rush at the end of the day, don't you? Nice to see. All right, that was Shallow Grave. And that was our day. One thing left to do. I'm going to post a straw poll in the chat in a second, and we can vote for the first weekly cup of next month's map pool. What's up, Lotto? So, what is it? Autumn Leaves, Concealed Hill, Tide Hunters, Shallow Grave, and Scrimmage, right? Those were our maps. Yes. Congrats for surviving the stream, Carson. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. I do feel quite awful, but it was fun. I did have a good time. So I just need a day's rest is all I need, man. I just need a day to lie in bed and watch Hell's Kitchen. You know what I'm talking about? Eat some McDonald's or something. That's what I need. That's what I need. The bacon made everything better. It's true. I was munching on that throughout the stream. I didn't lose my voice. What do you know? It's even better than it was at the start of the stream. I was a little worried that first game because I barely made it through the first game of the day, but I didn't lose my voice. Look at me. Where's Lankus in a second? Yep, that's all good. Good 20 piece. That'll fix you up. Oh, yeah. You're speaking my language. There's a straw poll in the chat. It is pinned. You guys can vote for 3 maps that you want to see removed, and then I'll randomize 3 maps to add in. Currently, it's Autumn Leaves, Concealed, Tide, Shallow Grave, and Scrimmage. So go ahead and vote, everybody. Or don't. See if I give a shit. Just kidding. Please go vote. People demand Gamba. Once you go vote, I will pay out the Gamba, okay? How about that? But if you don't, and I know if you will or not, Papa whatever your name is, I'll know if you vote or not, okay? Then I won't pay it out. And those points will be in limbo for the rest of our lives. guys need some home state in your life. SoCal, it's a Texas-style barbecue taco shop. Nice, nice. I did have a quesadilla last night. I also had chicken strips with honey mustard. It was delicious. All right, go ahead and vote, everybody. Go ahead and vote. That's my leg. That's my leg. I'm wearing linen pants right now. You guys got any linen pants? Any linen wearers in the chat? Concealed till Titans Shallow Grave. Scrimmage not being voted for. I need an I voted sticker. There should be an emote for that, okay? Because every week we go through this old rigmarole, you know what I'm saying? What's you guys' plan for the end of the weekend? What are you doing? I told you mine. I'm sitting here doing nothing. I'm going to play some It Takes Two. I'm going to watch some Hell's Kitchen. I'm going to hopefully not be sick for another 9 days. Because this is getting pretty old. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Gotta do some laundry too. I gotta get some groceries, man. This is not the day I want to have to do errands on, but I gotta do some errands. Dang nabbit. Okay, you guys have another 2 minutes to vote. And then that'll be it. Only 15 of you have done it so far. Getting over being sick myself, staying in, maybe some Direct Strike raging. Is Direct Strike rage-inducing there, Bert? It's unfortunate. It's supposed to be the opposite, but I guess 4v4 was supposed to be 2 originally, wasn't it? Is 1v1 the non-tilting game mode now? Is 1v1 the casual game mode? Stranger Things any good? So I was talking to somebody last night about that. They said it was pretty good. But I haven't watched it. Or no, they didn't say it was pretty good. They said it was really weird. That was what how they described it. Never mind. So who knows? It's weird that they're all like 25 now. You know, friendship is forever. You know, strange. Strange. Well, it's called Stranger Things, so I guess it makes sense. It's on brand. Don't know. I haven't even seen the first season, though, to answer your question. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And with that, it is the end of the vote. Concealed Hill Titaners and Shallow Grave are out because you guys are crazy people. But you vote, you will receive. So let me go minus CH, minus TH, minus SG. Oh yeah, baby. And then, one second. Here is the other maps to be randomized in. Hold up. Production. Producer, come on. Hurry up, producer. Getting fired today. There we go. Here's spin number 1. Will be Warhail. Rip Orc players. And Northern Isles is a pretty neutral map. A very neutral map, in fact. Maybe the most neutral map we have these days. And Tyrannus Stand. Oh my god. Orc players in shambles by this map pool. Our map pool for next week is Northern Isles, Autumn Leaves, Tyrannus Stand, Scrimmage, and Warhail. Alright, you guys get what you want, okay? You always get what you want at the end of the day. It's quite the map pool. Quite the map. Let me send that on over to Neo. And with that, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for suffering through with me. I apologize for all the coughing and mic muting and talking softly and not being able to yell and all that, but we're only human at the end of the day, aren't we? And hopefully next time I'm on the stream, I will feel a little bit better, but thank you for making my Sunday fun as always. Appreciate you guys. Schedule for the rest of the week. There's not much going on right now. I guess WSB is happening and we don't stream that on this channel, but you know Neo's going to be live every day. You know Remo Demo's going to be covering whatever tournaments there are as well. So we got M Cup at least, but I'm sure the next stream is going to be tomorrow, okay? I'm sure there's going to be a stream on Monday. Make no mistake. I don't think this channel's taken a day off because it hasn't for like 2 years or something. So just keep your notifications on. You know, check your email, whatever. When it goes live, you'll know. It's on our Discord. You can join that. And with that, I'll be live on my channel throughout the week. Maybe not today. I'm going to rest today, I think. But Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I'll probably be live. Twitch.tv/Carson with 3 N's. I'm going to try to get 2K MMR with Undead. I tend to play a lot better after a break, which I have had quite a few days off now where I haven't laddered. So 2K this week? Probably. Looks likely. Have yourselves a good end of your weekend. Bye.